because we have, let's see, why are there no cameras allowed in the courtroom? Very good question. Generally, in federal court, they're just not allowed. Other courts outside federal, at your state and local levels, is entirely up to the judge's discretion. But in federal court, no electronic devices are allowed in. Sketch artists are. That's why you see the sketch artists and the sketches and all like that. But yeah, generally. And just a further share with you, and thank you for that question. A further share with you, when we go to 500 Pearl, what has to happen is my cell phone isn't with me; it's at my desk. But after we go through the screening process, the scanner, and you take everything out, they count the number of devices that are electronic that you have, whether it's earbuds, headphones, a laptop, iPad, and a phone, and you have to surrender the phone to the court officers. You get a chip, if you will, because it's like think of your mailbox, 1, 2, 3, 4, 100. Your chip corresponds with that, and that's where your phone is kept throughout the entire proceeding. You can use your laptop there to take notes, to file your stories, to update your newsrooms, your television stations, your newspaper, whomever you are there representing. But no, there are no phones allowed in. Electronic devices are frowned upon, but courtroom sketch artists are what's there. So as we're looking at the front, I know we changed shots for a moment. I don't believe we saw anybody get out of the van just yet. But yeah, no, that was a very good question. Thank you for that. And again, if anyone has a question, feel free to ask in regards to this, because we certainly want to use this forum to engage with you outside of our, traditional newscast, which is still on the air. Good Day is still on the air until 10, and then the Sherry Show takes over there. So we use this as a way to establish immediacy, to connect, with our viewers who have an interest and who sometimes may not be able to have a monitor or television screen there, or may not be in a position where their laptop or at work, it's feasible to have a screen open showing something like that. If you're curious about this case, if you're curious about the weather, if there's something going on there, or any of the other national stories that we're covering, like the president's big beautiful bill, and what's going on, on Capitol Hill with that. So this forum allows us to do that. It allows us also to connect in a more immediate fashion, like yesterday when the notes came back that, there were verdicts on 4 of the 5 charges. We can hop here and we can engage with you. We can let, our followers know, hey, this is what's going on, and you can get that information in real time. And then, for your further interest, and developments there, we'll direct you to our next newscast, and stay with you here as long as we can. So again, this is the door to 500 Pearl. That's the main entrance there. Off to the side, if you're facing it, to the right of that door, is where we go in and where we get screened. And when other visitors are coming in there, that's where all of the screening is going in. Lawyers, courtroom officers, those types can go straight through because they have their special badges and passes, and there's a different type of screening process for those, as opposed to us who are non-court employees or non-courthouse personnel, who have business are not there. So again, just recanting for you. We're just joining with you now just to talk to you a little bit about, what we consider to be the most newsworthy story going on in New York City right now. This, of course, the verdict watch, as we are, casually calling it here, verdict watch, as we wait to find out what the jury will determine as they begin to work on this 5th charge, having reached verdicts yesterday on 4 of the 5 counts. A lot of questions coming up in discussions, even listening on talk radio and our coverage yesterday. Our reporter, Lisa Evers, who's been covering this since day one, Lisa addressed this. Okay, if they've only deliberated, up to that point, 12 hours, I believe it was, saying that they reached a verdict, having just gotten the case, on Monday, what does that mean? There there's a lot of discussion. You can't take into account what you see, on great television shows like Special Victims Unit and, the mothership, Law and Order, like that, because that's, of course, fictionalized, and certainly 60 minutes isn't enough time to render that. But there's a lot of discussion like, well, if it comes back quickly, then it's not guilty, or if it comes back this quickly, then that means they found uniformly on guilty. You just I It's legal pundits can look at it either way. Ultimately, it's how the 12 people, the 8 men and 4 women in that room, decide about that. So what you're looking at now is just video, and those are the children. I'll get to the question in 1 second. That's a really good one too. So yeah, that's just been how they've been coming in, the family, and leaving, for the day. The question up on the screen in our live chat: if no verdict today, will the court be opened Thursday or wait till Monday? It's a really good question. The court is closed on Friday for the holiday. So if there's no verdict today, the judge could ask them to go back and try it one more time. There is something called an Allen charge, which is one that courts try to avoid having to use. It's certainly not the first thing in situations like this, but that's why the judge spoke to communicated with the jury and asked them if they felt that they could, resume deliberations today. So that's what's going on now. Again, the messaging coming out of that jury room was that they were they had serious opinions on both sides in regards to the conspiracy to commit the conspiracy for racketeering charge. So that's what happened. Thank you for that question. It's a very good question. Likely, uh, barring the judge instructing an Allen pathway to try to resolve it, then he may just ask them to resume deliberations on Monday because the court is closed on Friday for the federal holiday. So that's what's going on there. Again, anyone else with a question, we certainly ask you, just put it in our live comment section there. Michael behind me, my producer, who's going to be keeping his eye on that, and we'll be engaging there. If you are just coming in, want to let you know just a little bit about a timeline about how all of this began. And basically, it was a lawsuit. Cassie Ventura actually sued Sean Combs, alleging years of abuse. She said, she used rape. This goes back to November of 23. When she sued him, they're not together at the time. That's when she sued him, like that. Soon after that suit came forward, then other suits started involving men and women, as well, against Sean Combs, and alleging sexual abuse and other things. He denied all of those charges. In March of 2024, you may recall that the FBI raided his homes in Miami and in Los Angeles, and it was at that point that probably one of the more salacious details to come out of this 7 weeks trial. The baby oil, that was used there because the raid determined and collected more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant, which was then later determined to be part of these drug and fueled, this is according to court testimony, marathons, sex marathons called freak offs. So that's what was going on there. And all of that happened. And then that's when the video eventually came out, of what happened at the Intercontinental Hotel, when Cassie, was showed Sean Combs attacking, assaulting, pulling hair, kicking, Cassie Ventura in video. There's no need for the word allegation or alleged because clearly it was him. And then 2 days later, he came out and admitted, it was him. So that's why you did not hear me use the word in that context there. And then in September, last September, is when the feds outlined their indictment against Sean Combs and unveiled, the multi-layered, multi-page document that was going on against him there. And then, of course, the trial got underway with jury selection on May 5th. And then it began, opening statements were delivered about a week or so later. We also want to point out again, Sean Combs has denied all of the charges that are there. And jurors are deadlocked on the racketeering conspiracy charge, which, as we talked about at the top of this, our engagement here, that charge carries the most weight. It's also the most difficult to prove because, again, the men and women, 8 and 4 is the breakdown. They have to find agreement on there. And in regards to a RICO charge, there has to be uh, the layers include payment of services, a promise of services, the delivery of such services. A lot goes into trying to determine conspiracy to commit racketeering conspiracy, RICO, and that's why it's tough to prove. It carries the most weight. We're talking a maximum penalty of life in prison there, and that is where the jurors are deadlocked on, having sent a note again to the court that they had reached decisions in 4 out of the 5 charges that are there. In case you were wondering about the breakdown of those, let me just pull my notes off to the side. Um, there are 5 charges that Sean Combs is facing. And again, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Racketeering conspiracy has a maximum of life in prison. Sex trafficking, here's what's interesting about that because sex trafficking in this matter means sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. So you have to go back over testimony, meaning the jurors, and they have to then determine, if the actions, if the testimony, if the allegations, rise to that level, force, fraud, or coercion, and that's what they have to check, when deciding yes or no, how they feel, in regards to that. And if you're wondering why there are 5, it's because two of the charges involve the alleged victims in this matter. We're talking about Cassie Ventura as well as Jane. She was identified as Jane to protect her identity, and Jane is a former girlfriend of Sean Combs, and that is who the other charge for trafficking is connected to. Just putting my glasses on so I can see, keeping an eye on that door as we do there. I also want to remind you, if you have a question, to please submit it off to our comment section there. And I do want to let you know that ahead of our noon newscast today, I'll be back here at 11:30, and we're going to do a longer version of this type of engagement where we're going to be also bringing my colleague out in the field, and to talk about, a little bit about the field that's out there in the outside of the front of the courthouse there, and just a lot about what's going on as far as covering it. So Arthur Chien is there, and he'll be joining us. And Lisa Evers, of course, is our in-house reporter, so she is inside in the courtroom right now, dealing with that. And I mentioned earlier that I was asked, about those moments, what it's like when you get that note from the jury, and your heart starts racing. If you're a journalist, you just want to make sure that you have, all your notes, you're prepared. Everybody is trying to get their information, to their news outfits as quickly as they can. So there is certainly, that sort of energy that goes in there, and it's an interesting process to cover, particularly if you've never been on a jury, or involved in a court situation like that. It's interesting to see it from that perspective. And earlier, if you're just tuning in, one of our questions was about why there were no cameras in the courtroom. And again, in federal court, no, absolutely not. You surrender your device, your cell phone, or whatever that may be. You can take your laptop, and to take notes, to keep, an eye as you're, just making mental notes there. A lot of us are old school, I myself, I'm still with the pen and the piece of paper, it's just, I'm just old school. A number of people, of my generation of broadcasting, of journalism, that we still just rely, on the notepad, and stuff. So it takes a minute, to like, okay, wait, I gotta do, you're gonna pull this up, and yeah, it can be a lot. So if I can avoid that, then I'm pretty good about, just tracking and following it, for that. And then of course you're the only one that can read your own handwriting anyway. So when you're making those notes quickly, or if you're going to do it that way, and that's how that happens. Excuse me, one sec. Sorry about that, but I promise you, I got tea right here to get us through. Let's say we have about 4 minutes or so that we want to make sure that we're talking to everyone. I was telling you a little bit that again at 11:30, if you are able, please join us here, whether on the app or on our Facebook page, where we will be doing similarly this, just type of engagement, just because of all of the attention, it's getting. Like I mentioned earlier, this is certainly the biggest news story that we have here in New York, at the time. Of course, the other national headline is the House taking up, the president's big beautiful bill, right there, his domestic legislation piece that passed the Senate narrowly, yesterday. So now the House is going on that. So those are the two things, but all eyes, a lot of eyes right now on New York City, and of course, as we wait to find out what the jurors will do in regards to that fifth charge, racketeering conspiracy, and then collectively what the decisions on the other four, have been. Because as we've been telling and reporting, that the jurors have reached verdicts on four of the charges. And it's just the racketeering conspiracy one, which carries the most weight. That's the toughest one for them to do. There were 34 witnesses in this case. Sean Combs did not take the stands, 55 years old, did not take the stand. Some discussion, about that, but he met with his attorneys and they felt that this was the best course to do for him to not take the stand, so he did not. 34 witnesses, 7 weeks. This trial began on May 12th, and here we are to, as we await, the final actions on it. A question not too very long ago: what happens if they don't reach a verdict by today? The judge may ask them to try it again. There will be no court on Friday. So if the judge does not invoke the Allen charge here, if for some reason they are hung, it's determined on that, then the court will then decide how best to move forward, particularly as decisions were reached in the other four charges that were there. One of the other interesting things about this, in regards to just, talk about it, because of the celebrity nature involved in this, there were a number of people wondering, oh, where were all of the, friends, where were the celebs and things like that. And I believe at one point, we know that Kid Cudi, was a witness, who was called to testify. He called to take the stand. And at one point, Kanye West showed up, and didn't stay very long, and, just doing that. So in a situation like this, certainly we understand, strong opinions, whether you are a fan or, or not, of the defendant, but yeah, that was one of the other things that came up, just given, the sensationalize, details, in regards to that. It's 10 o'clock straight up. We're going to be winding down here. And again, if you are able, please join us at 11:30. I will be right back here. Michael will be here. If not Michael, one of our other producers will be here as we again try to extend our coverage to you, trying to keep you informed through our streaming and our social media platforms. Is that Alex? Hello, good morning. That, oh, we have a note. 1 second. So Alex, our other producer, is just coming over to let us know that we have a note. Like that. Let's see what the note says. 1 second. You'll print it out. So we have a note coming back. So stay with us for a second. I'll put my glasses on so I can make sure. And one of my papers dropped. Give me a minute. Chris, can you pass me that one? Is that all right? That's Chris. He's our weekend producer. He's working on our 3 o'clock news block behind me also. And let me see. So again, racketeering conspiracy is the charge that the jurors appear to be hung up on. You know, The other four, sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura, sex trafficking for Jane, who's another ex-girlfriend, um, and transportation for prostitution, are the other charges that the jurors have reached decisions on. So we're just waiting for an update to find out what that note was from there. Nothing yet. We're still waiting. Still waiting. I don't mind if you got the time. I got the time. We'll just engage. We'll talk a little bit more. So just to recant, jurors deliberated for about 12 hours yesterday. Sending that note back that they had reached decisions in four of the five charges, which I just laid out for you. And we've been talking about how the racketeering conspiracy, more commonly known as the RICO charge, it's the hardest to prove because you have to show that there was money was exchanged, there was a promise of something, a delivery on said promise, and there are a lot of layers to prove. This law was created in 1970, by the feds to address organized crime, the crime families and things like that. So that's where the racketeering, comes in. A lot of discussion on whether or not the allegations against Sean Combs actually rises, to that. That is where the jurors are deadlocked on. That note coming in yesterday saying that they had strong opinions on both sides of this, strong opinions on to whether there was innocence or guilt in regards to that. But you have to find 12 unified voices, and there is why the judge sent them back to do. Nothing on the note just yet. Okay. We know that there is a note. We don't have any details about that, but like I was sharing with you earlier that I was asked, so what happens when you're a journalist and you get that note? Yeah, you just start going like, okay, all right, what is this? What's going on? Everybody looks around. Then you start asking, do you think it's that? There's a lot, of that, and generally it's just that tension, just waiting to find out what it is. Sometimes you may catch a break like we want potato chips for lunch, something, as simple as the jurors wanting to know, can they work through lunch or something like that, or of course that a decision may have been reached. It can run the gamut, so yeah, the note, could mean that. It could mean a read back, uh, what was that? We have a verdict. Stay with us right now. That's what we're hearing. So hang on one second. Looks like we have a verdict. So stay with us 1 minute. All right. Okay. All we know is that there is a verdict. Okay. Hang on one second. So what's that, 10 o'clock? So they were at it figuring like maybe about an hour or so. Like that. All right. Hold on one second. Here's what's going on now. I'm going to give you a live look at a newsroom in action, baby. So what you're seeing now is all of the energy is coming in. We know that there is a verdict, and our newsroom right now is going into. I'm going to come down. Oh, I'm looking the wrong way. Hang on. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hang on one second. Okay. We go up. And so what you're seeing now is our newsroom in action. And my boss is about to walk by just now in blue. And all of this right now, everyone's moving around because now that we have a decision coming in, we have a verdict coming in. This means now, hang on, let's move the camera back. Moves that now we are all in that particular mode. So Alex is there with me. And hang on one second. Let me go over this. Okay. Do I need to put because Arthur's going to come in at some point, right? So I should.
Yeah. Let's.
Well, let me do that. So hang on one second.
This is newsroom live.
Oh my God! All right, so
There we go.
need this. I'll swap you out for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here to hold.
All right. So take that one and give you that one back.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'll move this out the way. Okay, if you're wondering what we're doing, this is my IFB, internal foldback. It allows me to hear what's going on in the field, and that way I can communicate with whomever we're talking to. So hold on one second. Let's see.
Let me fix that for you.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
You got that one there?
I'm gonna text him.
All right. So if you are just joining us, it appears that the jurors have sent a note saying that they have reached a verdict on that fifth charge, which is, of course, the racketeering conspiracy charge. And that one carries the most weight. In regards to this, there were five counts that the jurors had to deliberate over: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The racketeering conspiracy carries a max of life in prison, sex trafficking, 15 years to life, and then the other charge, transportation to engage, a minimum of 10 is the charge there on the low end. So Sean Combs is facing, depending upon how the decisions go, if it's convicted on all charges, a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of life in prison in regards to that. Hang on one second. Just keeping my eye on it in the newsroom here. So we do not know what that note entails, except for that it is, in fact, a decision that we have there. 7 weeks of this trial. It began on jury selection was May 5th. Opening statements a week later, happening at May 12th. There were 34 witnesses that were there, and let me keep my eye on. Can Are they able to see that? So let me tell you who you're looking at. The guy jumping over the right there with the camera, that's our guy. That's Dan Foley. So Dan is down there. Dan's one of our photogs. And the silver haired gentleman that was just there is Roy. And Roy is our other crew that's there. So that's Roy coming into the camera right now. So what they are doing, eventually they are getting ready because Arthur Chien is going to get into play. There's Arthur right there. So there's
So while
Arthur
he
right
sets
there.
up, I'm gonna go to another shot.
Okay.
Live view 2 right
Go to
here,
live
which
view
is a
2.
podium shot.
That's the podium
Yeah,
shot.
if anyone comes out, we'll see them.
So what's going to happen there is that statements generally by the defense, if the prosecutors, if the whoever the lead attorney was in this matter comes up to speak, this is where they will go there. The shot we just switched from was our crew getting ready to get into place. And yeah, so that was just a note to us. So our banner just switched. Can we see the other shot, Alex? Is that right?
Yeah, let's see.
So hold on one second. We're just going to give you the other one.
Right now.
So we have the courthouse there. And what about our guys as they were getting set up?
Yeah,
Alex, which one is that?
I'm just gonna let them get set
So
up.
okay, because I can
Yeah.
narrate over what's going on there.
Yeah.
So what they were doing, we're getting into place, and eventually, Arthur is going to join us in a second. So let me recount for you what we're looking at again. About 10 minutes ago, we received information that the jurors had sent a note to the court that they had in fact reached a decision in this matter, and a decision on that last count they were trying to deliberate, which is the racketeering conspiracy that's going on there. A quick timeline, if you will, about all of this. Again, it was in November of 2023 when Cassie Ventura sued Sean Combs, alleging domestic abuse, alleging sexual abuse, including rape. And if you ask, well, when did all of this kind of get rolling? That's what if you want to say the start of all of this was certainly the origins of where that led up. That then led to the raids on his house. Federal agents went in, with a search warrant. And it was at that point that the uh, baby oil and the lubricant came out, and then information started to surface, eventually that we would find out through court testimony at these drug fueled, this is again according to court documents, drug fueled sexual marathons called freak offs, and that all of this was going on there, and that they involved, paid escorts, to engage in sexual activity, while, the defendant is accused of having, filmed all of that. So there was a lot going on to this. It's certainly one of the more sensational trials in our recent memory, to happen and to take place. So a lot of attention is on this as we await what's going to be happening and what the decision has decided. So hang on one second. Understand that my colleague is in place there. And let me see, Arthur, can you hear me?
This for now until you tell. When you tell me to change, I'll change.
Hang on. So Arthur eventually will be getting into place, and as he's doing that, just again to describe what's going on. So Arthur is outside of the courthouse. Our Lisa Evers is in. Arthur's going to just give us a feel for what's going on right now. Once he can, in fact, hear us, and we're going to be checking to see if he can. Arthur, thumbs up. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Arthur, good morning. Arthur, take it away. Just describe to us the feel. We know that a note came in about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, what's up, Mike? All right, let's talk about the context first, right? Last night we knew that the jury had notified the court through the judge that they had reached an agreement on 4 out of the 5 counts. That's the majority of the case, counts 2 through 5. But they said that they could not agree on because of a difference of opinions, and it was plural, worth noting, was how to decide on count 1, which is the racketeering charge as a single count, but it is the most serious one in terms of the amount of prison time that it can bring. So that was the context yesterday. Both lawyers for Sean Diddy Combs and the prosecutors say, we would like the jurors to stay at it, and that's what the judge was going to do. Important to point out, yesterday was the first full day of deliberation. So while some people were using the term deadlock, it seemed a little bit over dramatic. This was a case that spanned 2 months, that saw at least 36 witnesses. To think that they were going to get through it in a day and a half, was that a deadlock, or was that the jury process? The judge seemed to think it was a jury process, as we're going to tell them, tomorrow you will resume, you will come down here. They start really around 9 o'clock. So really within an hour, they reached an agreement on it. Now, you asked us to describe what's going on out here. It has been nothing short of packed out here every single day. But in the last 10 minutes since that note went out, there's been a flurry of activity. You see everybody getting set over there. There's a podium over there. This is what we call a pen. They're penned in there. There are cameras floating around, getting ready to talk to maybe prosecutors who sometimes do not talk after a verdict right in front of the courthouse. Sometimes they speak at the U.S. Attorney's Office, which would be 26 Federal Plaza. And it seems like everybody's positioning themselves for that. And then there's an added element, and you've been aware of this, Antoine, of a sort of social media factor involved here. There are a lot of people who have been live streaming on social media. That presence been in the dozens. And even in the hot weather and the rainy weather yesterday, they were here. But certainly the fact that the weather is more cooperative now, that crowd is at least double in size. What we can say from the court, we saw the family of Sean Diddy Combs arrive this morning, and a short time later, they left because they figured the jury was in deliberation. So we're expecting at this point for them to come back at some point. One of the things they use is a Sprinter van to bring a lot of the family members here together at the same time. We haven't seen them come back. Certainly for the verdict to be read, there are certain people who have to be in the courtroom. Mr. Combs has to be in the courtroom. All his legal representation, which is not 1 or 2 lawyers. Everybody from his legal team ostensibly will have to be back in the courtroom for the reading of the verdict, as well as the prosecutors in this case. And you would think that even their bosses in this case might want to be in the room to see how this goes down. Antoine?
Arthur, thank you. Stay with us, Arthur. I want to put you on the spot for 1 second, because I was asked this, and I want to ask you, once that note comes in, as a reporter, just describe the impact of having done that. I was asked that, just you're a journalist covering this trial, you're in there, and you find out that a note has come back from the jury. Just walk us through how you handle that and what that does for the reporter covering such a matter as like these.
Well, Antoine, you and I both know the feeling very well, right? And in just the past, time frame, we've had Trump's trial here. We've had Daniel Penny's trial here. We've had Harvey Weinstein's trial here. There are all these proceedings regarding Luigi Mangione. So we're pretty used to it. I think we kick it into a higher gear and just get ready, right? We now know that the jury has reached a decision. What that decision remains to be seen, but we expect that it will not take long. In these types of cases, the lawyers know to stick close. Mr. Combs was not free to leave at his own will. So he's, we would imagine, in the building. He can be back in that courtroom in a flash. This is a question of who else needs to be there. And we've seen it take, on the short end, like 15, 20 minutes for everybody to be collected into that courtroom. But on the long end, what do you think? Maybe like 45 minutes, an hour? But of a case of this magnitude, nobody was going out to the Hamptons early. You know, they needed to stay here. There was at least one more full day of deliberation, and possibly tomorrow too. The judge had said, even though this courthouse was supposed to be closed on Thursday in anticipation of the 4th of July on Friday, he had indicated, and he didn't want the jurors to start thinking about Thursday, but he had said, if they need to come in on Thursday, we're going to make that happen. Then they will have to. Now, maybe the jurors, not knowing that, said, well, today is Wednesday. Maybe that
Arthur,
made a consensus a little bit easier. Yeah.
Arthur, we have to step away. Stay there. I know you've got a lot going on. I will check back in with you shortly, and also thank the crew right now, as well. Okay.
Yeah, the jury's entering the courtroom right now. So let's see what happens.
All right. Thank you, Arthur. I know you're busy. Good to see you.
Now we have Arthur.
Okay. Okay. All right, so Arthur has to get ready to do his job. Bless his heart, you know. But Arthur absolutely was correct in his describing, that whether it was either the Trump trial, Mangione, Harvey Weinstein, which I covered Weinstein 1 when it was in the criminal court building around the corner from where Arthur is. Okay, so right now we're going to say goodbyes to you, and we will be back at 11:30. Yes. Yep. So we're going to take a quick break, to do that. I promise you we'll be back, and stay on top of our Fox Local app. If you're watching our programming, if you're on our YouTube page, please definitely stay there, because we're going to keep you updated. And you should see me again in about an hour, just to do this type of coverage and keeping you up to speed. And be safe today. We'll see you soon.
Were guilty, the other 3 charges not guilty.
Now, yesterday they deadlocked over the RICO count, and everybody was trying to surmise what was going on in that jury room. We knew that they wanted to finish quickly because the July 4th holiday was just looming in the background. But apparently they came back from having a night off, and they came back with the verdict. They let the judge know just moments after they got to the courthouse.
Yeah, less than an hour after meeting again today. And the question is going to be now, what will the sentencing be? Now that we know the verdicts, we will hear officially in just a second. We've got those from the New York Times once again, 2 guilty charges. Arthur Chien is ready right now outside the courtroom. Arthur, before we get to the sentencing, which will happen in a bit, tell us what you've learned today about this jury decision.
Well, Kurt, Rosanna, for one, sentencing might not happen right away, right? Both sides are going to file their arguments. Traditionally, they're going to file their arguments with the judge. The defense will say, well, make it minimize the guilty counts on this. The prosecutors will say that's still very serious, and we should show no favoritism. He broke the law. He should get the maximum. So that negotiation has yet to take place, but that process will begin pretty much instantly. We'll also now look out for, you see the scene out here when Mr. Combs's representation comes out, when his lawyers come out, how they talk is going to be important. With a client of this type of deep pockets, an appeal is going to be probably something that they're going to discuss. And a lot of times launching that effort begins with the moment they step out of the courtroom in front of cameras. So we got a lot to do here. What we do know is that coming back into today, the judge had been notified and the court was notified through the judge that the jurors said they were in agreement on 4 out of 5 counts, that was significant that they had agreement. Now, some people were, well, all the attention was then focused, rightly so, on the one count of racketeering, which would carry the heaviest prison time, and the fact that they could not agree. Now, some people characterize it with the word deadlocked. It seems a little bit over dramatic. There was a first day of full deliberations yesterday in a case that spanned 2 months, had more than 36 witnesses, was very difficult to navigate. So while some were saying they're deadlocked, it was like maybe they just haven't had the time to agree yet. And it seemed like the judge agreed with that perspective and said, you guys go back in on Wednesday and see if you can work it out. The fact that it took them less than an hour to work it out this morning is very interesting. We're going to try to talk to jurors as they come out, if they're willing to talk to us. We'll see what was in their mind frame, but certainly everybody knows this Friday is 4th of July, and nobody wanted to go there. In a federal courthouse such as this one, they were going to have Thursday off. The judge had said, I don't want the jurors to think about Thursday yet, but if they need to continue deliberations, I'm going to let them come in on Thursday and let that happen. Now, the jurors didn't know that, so maybe they thought Wednesday is a good time. Maybe, right? We'll see. That's one of the things we're going to ask the jurors when they come out here, guys. But certainly quite a momentous moment, but not a surprise. Legal analysts had said there was evidence in there of transportation of sex workers across state lines. There were credit card purchases. There were flights that people got on. So many people said if there are two charges, if there are two counts that Mr. Combs was most likely to be found guilty of, it was that transportation charge, and that's what he's been found guilty of here. But the sex trafficking and the racketeering, the fact that he was found not guilty on those are significant. It means the jurors of 8 men and 4 women felt like even with the very intense testimony of people like Cassie Ventura, that maybe they felt these were adults. They had a chance to walk away, but they didn't, much like what was the argument with the Harvey Weinstein case, right? And then finally, on the racketeering charge, the jury had to be unanimous in finding 2 of the elements that satisfy a racketeering charge. They include kidnapping, witness tampering, drug distribution. They couldn't just say, well, I think there were these 2, and then the other jurors say, well, I saw those 2, and then say, okay, there was racketeering. They had to agree on which 2, and apparently they were not going to do that, and thus the decision. Guys?
You know what's kind of interesting? The prosecution must be very disappointed. The RICO count obviously would have been putting away Sean Diddy Combs for the rest of his life. Very important count. And then the other 2 that he was found not guilty on, sex trafficking of Jane, sex trafficking of Cassie, those probably would have carried bigger sentences as well for prison. This guilty on transporting people for prostitution, 2 counts. I think the maximum is 10 years.
Yeah.
Now, according to the New York Times, when Diddy heard that, he turned around to his family, gave them like a sign that he was praying, and then pumped his fist.
Well, obviously, one would assume that he's relieved that he's found not guilty on the sentence or charges that would give him a longer sentence. If this holds up, he's still going to prison for a while. You can say the maximum sentence is 10 years. He's already served about 1 because they arrested him in September of last year. So it'll be interesting to see, do they run them concurrently, which means at the same time, or do they make them consecutive, because they can do that with 2 charges, and you can give them, 8, 10 years. Now you're talking 16 to 20 if you put them together. So that's going to be something to look forward to in the future. But the big news is that the more serious charges, particularly the RICO charge, which would have put him away for life, he was found not guilty of.
They must have been close to a decision last night, because they told the judge they were hung up on that. The judge said, I want you to continue deliberating, but take the night off, go home, come back. It seemed like 1, 2, 3, they came back and they said to the judge they had a decision on that.
It was less than an hour of deliberation today, after 12 hours of deliberation previously. And I think Arthur made a very good point there in that, people will say, okay, they were deadlocked. This is kind of maybe what goes on with jurors, is they get in a room, and after all, they're like, man, it's the end of the day. I can't change your mind about this. So this is not going to happen. They write the judge a note, and he goes, everybody go home, take a deep breath, sleep on it. And the next day, the other juror, if there was 1 or 2, you sleep on it, you come back, and maybe you think it a little bit differently. And obviously, whoever or however many that were the holdup, They were holding it up from becoming a not guilty because obviously the majority was on that side, and that's the way it swung this morning.
So interestingly, we had Peter Frankel on, former prosecutor, current defense attorney, in fact, represented one of the personal assistants to Diddy in the trial. He was on our show earlier today, and he said the federal prosecutor in this case has like a 98%
well, the Southern
guilty.
District of New York has 95% conviction rate.
And so this is obviously a mixed bag, and they have to be disappointed. They didn't get the RICO count. They didn't get the sex trafficking count. They got basically transporting, sex traffickers.
But not to minimize it, they're still serious charges.
Right.
They're the lesser of the charges, but they're still, I mean, if you're facing potentially 10 years in prison, then you're probably not thinking it's too light, but it's much, much better than it would have been, because the other two charges, the sex trafficking, 15 years is the minimum for that.
Right.
So now you're convicted of something where 10 years is the maximum. Right. So you've totally flipped the script, if you will, and you've got to be relieved if you're Sean Diddy Combs. And apparently his reaction in the courtroom and that of his family was one of relief.
Yeah, let me see if there's any more reaction that people are reporting on right now. Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' lead lawyer, has asked that his client be released ahead of sentencing now that he is no longer facing sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges, much more serious charges than the ones he was convicted on. Sean Combs put his hands together. He thanked the jurors as they filed out. He then put his hands over his face briefly and exhaled.
Relieved. Really? I mean, that symbolizes he is relieved. Again,
we're gonna
still
find
serious
out.
Charges, but still relieved.
We're going to find out if the judge is going to let him out.
Right.
It could happen today.
Well, that will be determined, well, most likely today. Sometimes they go, okay, let's come back tomorrow and talk about it. But it will be determined soon whether or not he is free while he awaits sentencing or an appeal.
Right. I think there was some concern, if you remember over a year ago when Diddy was arrested, he knew he came to New York. He was going to surrender. But I think at that time there were many reports that prosecutors were concerned that he was doing a lot of drugs, that he may hurt himself or that he may hurt somebody else. And so they picked him up without him voluntarily surrendering. We're looking right now at
the podium where they've set up for either the prosecutors or the defense attorneys, someone from the trial to step up and speak, which we will carry live with you as soon as we get it. But right now, it is just about 10:28 here on this Wednesday morning, and we are finding out that 3 of the 5 charges that Sean Diddy Combs was charged with by the federal prosecutors, he was found not guilty by the jury. The 2 charges were each on Cassie Ventura and Jane Doe. He was found guilty of transportation for prostitution, which is the lesser of the 5 charges. Each one carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. The others, there were a minimum of 15 and potentially life in prison.
Right. And right now, his attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is arguing with the judge to let Sean Combs walk out right this second. It's going to be interesting on what's going on. Arthur Sheehan is outside the courthouse. First of all, I imagine like every press outlet in the world is near where you are, Arthur. They want to see if Sean Diddy Combs is going to walk out in the next hour or so.
Yeah, they're not only here, but they're here in duplicate or triplicate, just like we are, right? Lisa Evers is here. She's inside covering the proceedings that you just described. I'm out here. Everybody has a lot of resources out here. You're looking across the street. This is the Worth Street side of the Southern District Federal Courthouse. This is in Lower Manhattan, right? And there are pens, as you can tell. There are people on ladders. That shot that you were just showing of the podium is on the other side of that. We have that obviously covered, as you saw from that camera shot there. And then there are hundreds of people out here. There is a tremendous element of public interest. So there are a lot of people. We rarely see this intensity of it. Even during Trump's trial here in New York, we didn't see this many regular citizens out here trying to get a look, trying to be involved. And they've lined the streets over there. This is going to be a very interesting security issue for the U.S. Marshals who are in charge of security over here. You talk about the podium. Certainly, you would think no matter what happens now, Mr. Combs's lawyers are going to come out and speak. Right? They're going to set the scene for whether he should be released, why they should win on appeal. That's going to happen. I don't think, I would be surprised, we'll be ready for it, but I'd be surprised if the prosecutors are going to speak here. They lost in 3 out of the 5 counts. And as you've been pointing out, those were the heavier counts in this. Now, traditionally, what has happened is the U.S. attorney would speak, and that would not happen here, and certainly not in this environment. They prefer controlled environments. They could do it at 26 Federal Plaza, which is but 5-minute walk from where we stand right now. So this day is going to unfold in different places, is what we imagine. But right now, you hear there's one gentleman. He's been screaming the whole time. We've been impressed by how he keeps going. But there are a lot of people who are going to have a reaction to this. Certainly, if Sean Diddy comes out of this building, it's going to get really interesting out here. But right now, everybody here is on standby and paying attention to what's happening in the courtroom upstairs.
And that's what his defense is arguing, Arthur, right now inside the courtroom, that he should be released today. They said they're willing to pay $1 million in bond, but that he should be allowed to leave the courthouse today and not wait later on in the sentencing. The prosecution, the federal prosecutors, are arguing the opposite, saying that they're downplaying the seriousness of the charges that he was convicted of. Just because they're the 2 charges that are the lesser doesn't mean they're still not serious, and that he could still be a flight risk. But his side obviously is arguing just the opposite, saying he has no passport.
Right.
Everybody knows where he is, what he's doing. He was convicted of the lesser charges, and he'll give you $1 million to let him out.
There have been reports that some of the people who testified against him really didn't want to testify against him, and now we're concerned if he's let out of jail.
So a lot to play out here, and especially with what we've heard over the last couple of weeks. I mean, this trial, this was going into week number 8, and we've heard so many different people testify about so many things, but the jury heard it and they saw what was going on in that courtroom. And it's really interesting to see that they seem to be in sync. Obviously, the jury agreed on everything, but when it came to trafficking, he did it with both.
Right.
When it came to, when he came to trafficking, he did not do it with both. When it came to transporting, he did it with both. So whatever the issue was, they agreed that he did it in both cases with both the Jane Doe and Cassie Ventura. And when they think he didn't do it, it wasn't like, well, he did it with her, but not her. They agreed in unison on both counts.
So just so you know, the prosecutor is still making a case in front of the judge right now about why Diddy should not be out on bail. The prosecutor said, quote, "There is a real risk that he will flagrantly disregard orders from the court." And he cited the drugs found in Sean Combs' hotel room before he was arrested last September. We just talked about that.
Right. And the judge is saying now that he needs time to think about it.
Oh, so he
needs, this is once again, according to the New York Times, which we're reading right now, the judge said he needs time to consider the law here before making a decision as to whether or not Combs can walk out of the courthouse today.
Right. And Sean Diddy Combs has been incarcerated since September of 2024. When he came to New York City, he knew that he was going to surrender at some point, but the police came in and swooped him up before he had surrendered because they were concerned about the drugs and other things that might be going on. They were concerned about his safety. And so they arrested him before he had a chance to surrender. And he's been in prison, I believe, held in the Brooklyn Detention Center.
Right. And the prosecution is still arguing right now that he should not be let go today because he's facing up to 10 years on each count, which means a combined up to potentially 20 years. And so why let him out now? They want him to stay in custody. And again, obviously his defense is doing what they should do. They're saying, we'll pay bond, let him out. He served time. And until the sentencing or the retrial, or excuse me, the appeal happens, then he should be set free in the meantime as a citizen with no passport. But the prosecution is obviously arguing the opposite, and the judge is saying, give me time.
So as you know, the prosecutor had dozens of witnesses on the stand in the last 7 or 8 weeks. I think like 32, 35 witnesses. And then when it came to Sean Diddy's turn, the defense's turn, called not a single witness because they felt that the prosecutors did not really prove RICO or some of the serious charges. And they were right. You know, when we had Peter Frankel on, he said that the defense attorney felt that there was some kind of connection between some of the jurors. I guess they saw their expression during summations or during some of the cross-examinations, which led them to believe they had jurors that were siding with what they were saying.
I think throughout the trial, too, we kept hearing about, him nodding or smiling at the jurors, or, just acknowledging them during the trial. And maybe that was part of the signal that his defense team picked up on. But as you said, they decided not to call him or anybody up to the witness stand because obviously they felt that they were going to get not guilty verdicts. They were right in 3 of the 5 cases.
They were. Okay, Antoine Lewis has been covering this case from the very beginning. Antoine's here with us now. So what are you thinking? I mean, kind of shocking, right?
Did not expect it to go in this direction. A lot of discussion being made about just how quickly the deliberations went, having just been charged on Monday. But let me break down the timeline for everyone here, that the jurors got the case Monday. And so the deliberation times now maybe between 12 to 13 hours. And we've been having discussions in the newsroom. Arthur Chien actually said, well, can you say that they were deadlocked? Because how is that the case?
Right, that they came back so quickly.
So there isn't, we've been trying not to use the term deadlocked, in regards to this matter, but we're talking about 7 weeks of testimony, 34 witnesses to come forward. Sean Combs pleaded not guilty the entire time. He did not take the stand. In this case, the origins of this certainly go back to November of 2023 when Cassie Ventura sued him initially. When we talk about how did all of this get into motion, that's what took over there. Then remember there was the raid of his homes in LA and Los Angeles. That's when the 1,000 bottles of
Miami too.
And Miami.
Yes,
yeah.
Was going on there. That happened. And then in November, in the fall of last year, is when the feds unveiled this damning indictment, and that's where we are now. Opening statements took place on May 12th. 7 weeks later, here's where we are. This is how quickly it turned around. And Rosanna, Kurt, you also know that when you get those notes from the jury, literally everything just freezes right there because you're trying to figure out how is this going to go? What does this mean? It could be something as simple as, are we allowed to work through lunch? Or yes, in fact, we have in fact reached a decision, which is the case there. So as we're talking about the 2 guilty decisions that came in regards to this matter, you're certainly looking at, that's the breakdown right there. Certainly the what's happening now, as you pointed out, they're trying to make a case as to whether he should be released or should, he remain behind bars as it plays out.
Now it seems like there were reports that the judge wants some time. What connotes his time? Is it the weekend? Do you take July 4th, let him stay in Brooklyn detention, right, for the weekend? Is that right when he's been basically acquitted of the most serious crimes?
But he has still been convicted of 2 crimes.
Of two crimes.
Yeah. So it's not like he's scot-free. There's a big difference.
We've been taking questions also, on Fox Local, like, well, what's the maximum here, in regards to these 2? And then we're talking about a minimum, transportation carried a maximum of 10, like there are 2, charges of that, so if to look at how that's going to be going, concurrent or consecutive certainly plays into some of the conversations with as far as the judge's decision in that matter. But yeah, a lot of that, while you were up here, we were just moving around in the newsroom just trying to get all of our parts, together, because we didn't know until 10 o'clock or so, that a decision, the jurors had sent a note.
We never thought it was going to, we were kind of taking friendly guesses earlier, and I thought it would be before noon.
Yeah.
And you thought before the end of the day.
I thought before the end of the day, but I didn't think an hour after they started meeting. And it's one of these things that, I'm trying to follow it here on the phone, as so many people are.
We're both looking to see what information
we can get. Mine was in my pocket. Is it okay to pull it out?
Well, one of the things that I'm seeing here, again, the defense is arguing he should be let go. The prosecution is saying he's been convicted of 2 serious charges that carry 10-year maximum sentence.
Exactly.
So he should be held. The judge said, give me some time to try to figure this out. One of the things the judge apparently said, though, was that I'm sure that Mr. Combs does not want to go back to the Brooklyn Detention Center. Right. And they laughed. A little levity. Obviously, part of it is the release of tension.
Okay.
But if the judge brings that up, it makes you go, maybe he's thinking on the spot. He says, give me some time to think. That may not mean go home and think about it.
Yeah.
Right.
The Mann Act is a very serious act, which again, so to Kurt's point, it could very well just mean, let's just let it breathe, knowing all of the tension is in there. And you all know this is probably one of the more sensational trials that we've covered in recent memory, between, Weinstein situation before, like that, and what was even Weinstein 1, back in 2020. So a lot of the eyes that were on this, and then this matter coming down 7 weeks later to this point, to this degree, and then just as Kurt was saying, Ro, about, how people were thinking it was going to go. I was with Kurt. I said, well, I didn't think it was going to go till, the next day. I thought it would be by the end of the day today.
All right, one note here. The court is adjourning now for a few hours while the judge will consider the arguments from both sides about whether or not she be released. So they're going to adjourn. The judge is going to take his time, consider it, and it sounds like, again, this is us trying to read the tea leaves, that he's going to come back with an answer today if he's saying, give me a few hours. Now, he may come back and go, I need another night, but that's what the plan is right now. Adjourn the court for a few hours, and it's not specific as to how many hours those are, but to give him time to consider.
Didn't Arthur say the family had gone to get something to eat, or they weren't even at the courthouse?
They weren't. Usually they wait for the family to come back.
So,
The family didn't come.
Well, they're back in the court. They are now, because the reports are that they're hugging Mark Agnifilo, his defense attorney, and clapping and celebrating while, because once they said court's going to be adjourned, then everybody's free to kind of do the thing. So the family is there celebrating.
Okay, so we have via Zoom a criminal defense attorney, Jeremy Salon. Nice to have you with us, Jeremy. What do you think about this verdict?
I think it's an absolute win for Mark Agnifilo and Sean Combs. I mean, make no mistake about it. There's no other way to describe it. This was an overreach, and many people, including myself, saw this case as something that should have been prosecuted on a state level, not a federal RICO case. This is, an example of the term bigfooting, not exactly by the Southern District, really stepping into some place they shouldn't have, not to minimize what occurred in the allegation, but sort of like Mangione. This is the state case, not a federal case. No one should be shocked if in the end Sean Combs sees the inside of a prison cell beyond where he's been there now, or something akin to 2 years, 3 years on a prostitution, transportation charge, as opposed to what he was looking at potentially for up to 10 years, plus obviously life in prison with the RICO and 15 years plus on the sex trafficking. But they did a terrific job and really hammered and said, this is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Where was the conspiracy? Where were the indicted co-conspirators? This is a legitimate enterprise, not a criminal one.
What would have been different if it had been a state charge?
Well, and the point being that this shouldn't have been a federal RICO charge. Look at Harvey Weinstein, for example. Harvey Weinstein committed various crimes in different states. Granted, there was no transportation of people across state lines, but allegations of pretty ugly, nasty, terrible things of domestic, well, that wasn't domestic violence, but of rape and sexual assaults. And we had a case in California. We had a case in New York. Similarly, here, you have incidents of domestic violence or allegations of potentially of arson. You have allegations of potentially kidnapping, though obviously this jury did not go with that theory, but that could have been pursued and prosecuted in those respective states, as opposed to this overarching, I'm going to throw everything at the whole kitchen sink out there, hoping something's going to stick. And I understand why they did it, because the prosecution knew they could bring in all sorts of other evidence that might not otherwise have been able to come into a case.
Right.
But that's not why you do things. You do things because it warrants it. And this clearly did not warrant.
So, Jeremy, I think you're right on the money. The New York Times is reporting that Sean Combs' supporters and family started clapping in court, whistling for the legal team. They were embracing one another. Apparently, Mr. Combs' lawyers are absolutely ecstatic. This was the best outcome for him outside of a total acquittal.
100%, 100%. We're hearing up to 10 years in prison, and people are shuddering, and rightfully so. That is not happening. And I believe the judge, I caught the big part of your conversation moments ago that was coming on. The judge should be releasing Sean Combs. He's done a lot of time. He's not looking at life-altering sentence where he's going to flee and is a danger to other people. He hasn't been convicted of any of these brutalizing underlying acts that establish a RICO. He has not been convicted of force, fraud, or coercion for sex trafficking. Let him out. Let him out.
All right, we appreciate your insight. We want to get right back down to the federal courthouse where Lisa Evers has joined Arthur Chien. Lisa has been inside the courtroom all throughout the trial on a daily basis. Lisa, first of all, thanks for joining us here. What can you tell us about what was going on inside that courtroom during the verdict?
They're asking you what's been going on during the verdict today.
Okay, well, first of all, when the verdict was read, of course, the biggest concern was what was that one charge, that RICO charge that Sean Diddy Combs was facing. This has been the concern throughout this trial because that is the one that carries the heaviest potential sentence. Now, let's just give you an idea of what's happening at the latest. The latest right now is that the prosecutors have asked for a couple of hours to try to figure out whether or not Combs can get bail. So he was convicted on two counts of the transportation for prostitution. And the fact of the matter is that's the least of all the charges. It's still a very serious charge. So he remains in custody. And even though the family got good news, they were cheering, they were clapping, they were applauding in the courtroom. They've been praying throughout, and a big showing of family members, including even Baby Love's mother, Dana Tran, here in court we've seen this week, along with Combs' mother, the sons, the daughters, and other family members and very, very close friends. But what's happening now is he can't just walk right out that door here. And there's a huge crowd of hundreds of people outside the courthouse right now, ready to express themselves in whatever way they are, in support or in dismay at this particular verdict. So I think one of the things is that now the Combs, now Combs has got to figure out what's going to happen next. He won't know for a couple of hours. He won't be, if he's granted bail, there's a whole procedure in federal court that they have to go through in order to grant bail to anybody. And there has to be, I'm sure they have done they have previous information from before, but it'll be like, if he's out on bail, where is he going to live? Will he be living in New York? Usually when they grant bail in a case like this in the Southern District, they require the person who is given bail to reside within the Southern District. That means he would have to have a residence here in New York City or in the 5 counties that encompass the Southern District, some of the suburban counties. And so that's still the big question mark. Since this was the lesser charge, obviously Mark Agnifilo, his lead attorney, Combs' lead defense attorney throughout this whole case, who has maintained he is not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. He absolutely wanted Combs to just be able to walk out of here with his family. And in fact, sources close to the family have told me that they had a plan for a party, a dinner party, if he was to be completely released. But of course, we don't know what that is right now. And we'll see. That's a couple of hours away. The prosecutors asked for a couple of hours. What they will do is they'll present their motion, and then the judge will decide on that. So in the meantime, he was in a holding cell in the federal courthouse right here, and so we'll be finding out, in a couple of hours, maybe a little bit sooner, about what this whole bail situation is, the bail request is. And let me bring in my colleague right now, Arthur Chien. And Arthur, this is quite a shock for a lot of people, although there have been attorneys that have been saying this the whole time, that this was the one count that they thought that the RICO charge from the very beginning was a stretch, because it was a very aggressive charge, as many lawyers in the legal community felt, but that this transportation for prostitution was going to be the toughest one. And 2 counts of this is what he was found guilty of. Everything else cleared. So that's a pretty big victory for Combs.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things to cover. One of them is that maybe the judge is not going to ask for motions from either the prosecutors or defense. Maybe he feels like they've said enough in the court right now to make that decision, because a lot of times, especially federal judges, will give days before rendering their decision. The fact that he says he's going to be back in a few hours, he might not even want those motions. He thinks he might have enough to make that decision here now. And in court, he asks Sean Diddy Combs, I take it you don't want to go back to MDC, right? And Combs apparently shook his head in a very exaggerated motion and put his hands together in a praying motion, indicating he does not want to go back. He's made no secret. He doesn't like it there. He's offered up money before, all kinds of things.
Well, Arthur, also, as you know, MDC, we've done stories on this here on on Fox 5 News. NBC is one of the most notorious federal detention centers. It's called a detention center and jail because there are people like Combs who were in there not convicted of any crime yet. They were awaiting their trial. They've had all kinds of problems in there between violence, between the actual physical conditions, and even being in the special ward that he was in. There, it still was, he was denied his freedom. And for somebody like Combs that had homes all over the place, had his own jet, he could fly off to the islands if he wanted to for the weekend, and it had to be a huge psychological hit as well.
Right, and one would have to imagine that the judge right now is trying to decide whether or not favoritism is something that he would show if he let Mr. Combs out. But just out of curiosity, and just to throw this into the mix, we were looking at what happened. This sort of triggered a memory with the former New York Governor Eliot Spitzer, who was also former Attorney General in the state of New York. And if you remember, during his prostitution scandal, it involved transporting an individual across state lines, and that's what he was in legal hot water for. But with we have to verify this, but what our information shows so far is that he was not formally charged with illegal transportation across state lines. And there were 3 reasons that were given. For one, it was insufficient evidence or public interest. Right?
You're talking about Spitzer right
policy,
now.
Eliot Spitzer right now. DOJ policy, it was a decision that to not prosecute, was a decision that aligned with the Department of Justice policy on prostitution offenses, which generally limits prosecution to individuals engaged in commercial prostitution activities unless minors are involved. There were no minors.
Well, I think that's the other thing too, is that there was so much talk on social media. I've been calling it the Supreme Court of social media. There were so many sensationalist stories. I don't think we've ever seen a major case like this where there has been just such a tsunami of social media theories and myths and just outright lies that were out there. And this narrative about him with underage children and underage kids as part of any of these kind of allegations with the freak offs or any of this kind of behavior was something that acquired quite a bit of momentum. And we want to point out that during the nearly 2 months of the testimony in this trial, the evidence, the grand jury hearing, all of this, there was never an allegation of any kind of sex with a minor. There wasn't, and that's a fact. So I think for the Combs family, that's a reason, that they're going to look to it to keep their head held high. And there was also, there were 2 schools of thought too, Arthur, in the hip hop community about this. There were people that were saying, there was a T-shirt that was given out in Harlem about 2 weeks ago by supporters of him, Charlucci Finney and some of the other supporters, longtime friends of his. The T-shirt said, when it's sex, drugs, and rock and roll, it's the American way. When it's sex, drugs, and hip hop, it's a RICO. So there was a strong sentiment about that those charges did not fit the alleged crimes that he was, accused of. So we'll see. And he's lost so much already as a result of this, and we'll see what happens today in terms of the bail.
Right, and maybe his lawyers might argue, well, when Eliot Spitzer faced the same issue, he wasn't even prosecuted, right? This could come up in part of their argument with the judge and say, Eliot Spitzer never even had to come in here. Why is it that we're still holding on to Sean Diddy Combs?
Well, no, I think so too. But also, and that whole you're talking about the Spitzer case, that whole thing started because according to law enforcement sources that were very close, investigators that worked on that case, they found out about Eliot Spitzer because of a wiretap that they had a warrant to put on this one of the Manhattan escort services, and then his name came up, and then that's what started that whole that whole prosecution, and also him leaving leaving office.
Right. Now, we don't want to start problems, but it's worth noting.
Right, exactly.
This angle,
So right now, just to let everybody know, in case you're just joining us, Sean Diddy Combs found guilty of the 2 most minor counts in this actual case: the transportation for prostitution, the RICO, which was the biggie that the jury said they were undecided about yesterday. That one was not guilty. The sex trafficking, the 2 counts of sex trafficking, not guilty. So in terms of Combs, from what he was looking at, this is a very good picture, but he remains behind bars. I'm not behind bars, I should say in custody at this point. He's in custody as they figure out what the bail situation is going to be, because he was found guilty on these 2 charges. There's going to be various legal motions, which we're going to find out in just a short time, what those options are for the defense, what are the next steps for the defense. But this is not over, because there's other indications too that as a result of this trial, as a result of the many, and very, very lengthy and very exhaustive FBI and Homeland Security investigations that were underway, that there may be other charges brought against other people. Who knows that? But right now, the fact of the matter is,
the family is coming out right now. We saw his mother, his two children, his son.
And you could hear some cheers outside the courthouse as lots of people we've been talking about have been there watching. But they're the first people that we know that were in the courtroom that have come out since the verdict was announced, and we talked about it. And they've talked about what the possible sentencing may be.
Now, here's what's interesting. Okay. They're coming out. Having been one of those reporters in the pit, trust me, we're yelling questions right now. Mrs. Combs, Janice Combs, anything that you can say. What can you tell us? Because they haven't said anything in all of the times that we've been seeing them come through. They just walk straight in. They've been holding hands.
It looks like they're not going to do it now because they passed the podium with all the microphones.
Right, exactly. All right, you see a fourth person here on the set, Seth Zuckerman. He's a former prosecutor, current defense attorney, and a guy with some insight as to what the timeline is going to be here for the rest of the day. First of all, thanks for joining us.
Of course, Kirk.
All right, explain to us what we can look forward to.
Sure. So the defense made a bail application at the conclusion of the jury's reading of the charges. So as everybody knows, and just to catch everyone up to speed, Combs was found not guilty of the first count, which was the RICO racketeering count, and found not guilty of both of the sex trafficking counts. He was only found guilty of the transportation for prostitution count, which is under the Mann Act. Those are the two most minor counts. He faces up to 10 years on each of those counts for a maximum of 20 years, but it's unlikely he's going to do that much time. So upon the jury exiting the courtroom, the defense made a motion for Combs to be released, to be on bail. And their bail application was $1 million bond with travel to New York, Florida, and LA. And then he would live at his home on Star Island. And the judge said, well, I'm not going to decide it at this very moment. I need papers, and asked both sides to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Hey, Seth, while you're explaining that, I just want to tell our audience what you're looking at. There was a big bus outside the courthouse. That is the bus the family just got on. And as you can see, there are lots of people, supporters, well-wishers, people who are just curious on the street, and a gaggle of press that are looking for some kind of, interview with.
We're yelling questions.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. We're shouting them out from that pit right there, because that's where they keep us, off to the side. So we're nowhere near the podium. We're there as they walk by us. And we have the mics out there asking anything you want to say, anything you want to say.
Okay, and that's the door again. But get back to 1 o'clock today.
Yeah. So 1 o'clock today, the judge asked for letters, and then they're going to reconvene. He didn't say a certain time. He wants each party to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon. And then I assume sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock, the parties will reconvene in court, and the judge will make his determination as to bail. And it's at that point that I would expect the family and the lawyers to speak.
Seth, what is the probability of letting him out? You say that these are minor charges. Other people say these are still major charges to be,
They're not minor. They're the lesser of the five.
Right.
Yes, they still face up to 10 years on each of them.
Right. In most other cases, what would a judge do?
In most other cases where it's just a Mann Act transportation for prostitution, someone would be out on bail. It's very unlikely without the other charges that someone would be held in custody. Now, Combs is unique in that he's a flight risk. He's got his own plane. He's got hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. So it's a unique situation that the judge has to consider. The judge did ask the prosecutor to submit any cases. I assume the prosecutors will be looking for that and submitting that by the 1 p.m. deadline today. But I do think bail would be appropriate at this point, now that he has only been convicted of the two most minor charges, and bail is usually set in these types of cases, obviously understanding that this is a unique person and he wants to live in Florida. There's some school of thought that maybe they should have proposed that he stay in New York. That may appease the judge a little bit more, find a place for him to stay in New York. But we'll see what happens.
And
by
Seth,
the time
usually when you're out on bail with that kind of thing, you're not allowed to socialize with the people that you have socialized with in the past.
Before you answer that question, I just have to say we're going to continue coverage on My 9. So if you want to stay there at 11 o'clock, just switch it over there if you're watching us on Fox.
All right, so we're going to go to My 9 right now? Do we have to
at
run over there?
No, we don't have to do anything. We will just continue, but I want to let everybody know right now, because we're going to go back to regular programming.
We don't have to do anything. We're going to just continue talking.
We'll keep talking to Seth.
We can keep going.
You just get the remote and just put us on My 9.
There we go.
So easy. Okay, getting back. Are they going to limit who he's allowed to, if he's allowed out on bail? Limit who he's allowed to hang out with?
So every bail condition is unique, right? And so the judge has to make a determination as to what he's going to permit him to do if he sets him out on bail. Obviously, if he's living in Florida, he'd be with family. If he's traveling to California, he'd be allowed to socialize with certain individuals in California. So it really just depends on the bail situation.
So he can't have like a blowout party tonight, right?
I mean, he could go to a restaurant in New York City. If he gets released, he could go to a restaurant in New York City with his family and friends and celebrate. There would probably be nothing about the bail conditions. He may have a curfew that that may be imposed, but there'd be nothing necessarily about the bail conditions that would stop him from going to celebrate with friends and family.
Let me ask you this. Would he have to wear any sort of home monitoring device or ankle bracelet? Where does that come into play here?
That's another thing that the judge can set as a condition of the bond. You know, they've proposed $1 million bond. Sometimes pretrial services as a condition of release asks that you wear an ankle bracelet.
Right.
That's certainly possible. That may be what the judge is thinking when he comes back this afternoon in terms of setting bail. He may ask for an ankle monitor in this case, and I think it would be reasonable.
And so, look, obviously the judge, I won't say can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants within the law. Are the possibilities, okay, you're asking for California, Florida, and New York. I'm going to let you out, but you can't leave the state of New York. Or you got to go to Florida and stay there, whatever, that you can limit him to one location.
Absolutely, and that happens all the time. That's why I said the judge may be only comfortable with letting him be in New York, and sometimes defense attorneys only propose that because they feel like that will appease the judge. Obviously, that's not the proposal that they put forth here, but the judge can make his own determination and say, look, I'm going to release you, but you have to stay in the confines of New York City and allow him to be in Manhattan only. So that's something that the judge can make when he makes his determination.
Well, Seth, we want to ask you this. You covered this. You were with Lisa Evers last night, and thank you for that, for helping supplant our coverage. Were you surprised at how this went? What was your own take on how this went? Share that with us.
So I'm not surprised. The RICO charge was always the most aggressive charge in this case, right? I think a lot of legal commentators, when that charge was first brought, were a little shocked that they brought that charge against him with this evidence. So I'm not surprised that the RICO charge was hung yesterday and then not guilty today. But what was telling yesterday is the fact that they had a verdict on those 4 charges and they didn't have a verdict on the RICO charge, which led me to believe, well, there must be a not guilty verdict in one of those charges, because otherwise, if you took those 2 charges together, they would have had 2 of the predicate acts that they needed for the RICO racketeering. So I'm not surprised that they reached a verdict on those counts quicker, because those are simpler counts to understand. I'm not surprised that they had it at the same time, and I'm not surprised that it was split. The problem with the sex trafficking count was always that consent is a defense. And Cassie and Jane both testified that they consented to this.
And it also said by fraud, coercion, or force, correct?
Correct. And all of that did not occur here, right? What you had here were women who later, after the fact, didn't like what they had participated in, but they had done so willingly and voluntarily and were in a relationship with him for numerous years. And so I always thought the sex trafficking charge based on the consent defense was also an uphill battle for the prosecution. So when I heard yesterday they were hung on the RICO racketeering and they had a verdict on these 4 counts, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was split because of the defense to the sex trafficking.
All right, we're getting a little bit more information from the courtroom, and it's going back to the beginning of the day before the verdict was read. According to the Times, they said that Sean Combs walked out into the courtroom and said to his family, "We got this." He's then reading a printout of Psalm 11. When the first not guilty racketeering count was read, a family member gasped. As the not guilty verdicts for the sex trafficking counts came in, members of the family and his legal team began to cry. Even the legal team began to cry. When the full verdict had been read, Mr. Combs turned to his family and mouthed, "I'm going home."
We'll find out. The judge will determine that later on. Sounds like today. They have to be back in court at 1 o'clock. Let's check in with Lisa Evers again. She's been inside the courtroom on a daily basis, and I understand she's joined by Peter Frankel, who was with us a little bit earlier to kind of break it down from a legal standpoint. Lisa.
That's right, Kurt and Roe. We're here with criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel just to understand kind of the magnitude of what happened here in this particular case, because he's not in the clear yet. He's not going to be walking out the door in the next 10 minutes or even 15 minutes, but we have to find out what the rest of the process is and also what this verdict means for Combs as well. Joining me now is top criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel. Peter, thank you for being with us and helping us understand this.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So just to go over the counts for people that are just joining us, been checking this out right now, is that he was found not guilty of the RICO, that's the racketeering conspiracy, the big one, not guilty of 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty of 2 counts of the transportation for prostitution. As a defense attorney, would you consider that a win?
Oh, it's absolutely a win. It's a huge win. When you factor in that the RICO charge was carrying a mandatory life sentence, the sex trafficking charges, both of them carrying a minimum of 15 years, he's now looking at a charge that has a maximum of 10 years. But the fact that he was acquitted of the other 2 counts, the much more serious ones, is a huge factor in what the judge is going to do here.
So this was basically because with the RICO, he was looking at the possibility of decades, if not life, behind bars, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
So what happens now? So they had there was a very dramatic scene in the courtroom when the verdict was read. He's had strong family support, friends from way back when that really didn't feel comfortable, I don't think, going public too much with their support were in the courtroom as well. Extended family members were there. And for a defense team, I mean, they went through the whole night, since yesterday, when late yesterday afternoon, when the jury said we have a partial verdict, knowing there was a verdict, but not knowing what they would be facing. Now he's there. The prosecutors have asked for a couple of hours. So what happens next? Since he's cleared of the heavy charges, but he still has, this is still a serious thing, the prostitution one.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think most people expected that he was going to be acquitted of the sex trafficking charges. I think most people thought he was going to be convicted of everything but the RICO charge. That being said, now that he was acquitted of those more serious charges, the first thing that the defense has to do is try to get him out on bail. And I would remind you that when he was first arrested, the defense team offered a package of some $50 million in property through a bondsman that the judge repeatedly denied.
3 times.
But at this point, with the charges being now, what they've been reduced to and the convictions being what they are, I can't imagine that the court is going to refuse to grant him a bail of that magnitude or even less.
Right. So in terms of right now, he's probably in a holding cell there while they're figuring all of this out. They probably cleared the courtroom, and I mean, because we've been out here, so at this particular point, so will he be staying in there? And then do they have to present a bail package again now, a new bail package to the judge? In other words, what's the defense doing right now?
So yes, he's in a holding pen right off of the side of the courtroom. In a perfect world, what should happen is that the defense and the government should agree on a bail package so that all the judge has to do is rubber stamp it. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes the government will refuse to agree with the defense package, and it's at that point that the defense will have to go directly to the court and say, we've proposed X, the government won't go along with it. Will Your Honor set these bail conditions? And
I just want to say, and Rowan Kurt, when we were on Monday inside the courtroom, they had him in that holding cell or holding pen, very close to the courtroom. When the jury would go to deliberate, he would be back there. They clear the courtroom, except for the family mostly and the attorneys, and then they bring people back in if there was a note or there was something that they had to all deal with. And Combs, at one point on Monday, he held up 2 books. He turned around. There were a few of us left in the courtroom in the back there, and he turned around. He's holding up 2 books and his pale sweater. One of them was the power of positive thinking, and the other one was the happiness advantage. And it was just him. And we talk about him too. We've become so accustomed to seeing him as a defendant these last 9 months, but he's also was known from the very beginning of his career, his entertainment career, as a great showman, reading the room and understanding that. What role do you think that played in this defense? Because he really, even though he got admonished by the judge a couple times for gesturing too much and being too emphatic with his physical, his nonverbal cues, shall we say, that he was pretty restrained for Sean Diddy Combs.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. He was admonished, and I think his behavior was excellent throughout the trial. I think that's definitely a factor. That's definitely something that a judge will notice, sometimes comment on, if a defendant is not acting appropriately. He told him once, and that was the end of it. So, I think notwithstanding his big personality, he handled the role of defendant during this trial very well.
And then Peter, in terms of the bail situation right now, just so we understand. So right now, Sean Diddy Combs, from the best that we can determine, is in a holding cell close to the courtroom here in the federal court building in Lower Manhattan. The defense is preparing a bail presentation to the court, right? It has to require a residence during this time within the Southern District, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then what else do they need to give him? What else does Diddy's defense team need to give the judge in order to convince them to give him bail? Because, as you mentioned, he was denied bail 3 times in some pretty hefty bail packages.
Well, and I remember those bail packages, and they included him living in Manhattan with an ankle monitor, with private security, with no visitors able to come in other than family members, no internet access. So they offered a very, very strong bail package originally, which was rejected repeatedly. They could likely offer that again. I don't think they have to go to that point, but certainly it will require him to stay within the Southern District, and I'm sure there'll be some of the other restrictions that they had previously offered.
And then what about in terms of an appeal? Since he got the not guilty on the racketeering and also on the sex trafficking, does the defense start thinking, okay, let's get him out first, and also let's think about, would they be filing any kind of motion today or this afternoon?
Well, there may be motions that are coming in advance of an appeal. You know, what comes to mind for me is the dismissal of, I believe, one of the jurors who the defense strenuously objected to having him dismissed. So items like that could, in fact, be motions that are upcoming. But for the defense, I'm sure the first thing that's on their mind is to get him out with any restrictions that are necessary, and then to move on to whatever motions they may want to make with respect to setting aside the verdict or going forward any appeal that they want to make.
Okay, so how long do you think the whole process will be before we find out today if he's, like, will we find out today if he's granted bail? They're not going to keep him overnight.
It's very possible. It's very
really?
possible that we could find out today that there could be an agreement with respect to a bail package. Remember, court's closed tomorrow and Friday, so that puts him into next week. Maybe an issue, may not, but I'm sure the defense is focused on it right now, and they're trying to get it done.
It's just trying to work out whatever they have to do, because there is paperwork that has to be done, I'm sure, procedurally.
It's not an easy, Lisa, it's not an easy process to get done when there are so many conditions to the bail. So they don't have a lot of time to get it done, but they can fall back on what they tried to offer in the past and get those pieces in place to see if they can make it happen this afternoon.
All right, let's check in with Ro and Kurt. So Ro and Kurt, we're on standby now to see if Diddy is able to get bail and if the judge decides to grant him bail. But any questions for Peter?
Well, no, we've got Seth Zuckerman in here right now, and I know you've had trouble hearing us, but Seth is saying earlier that this motion, that both sides have until 1 o'clock before they file the paperwork, and then after that, the judge will decide. So we're not going to have an answer until 3 or 4 o'clock, most likely this afternoon at the very earliest. Right, Seth?
That's what I'm hearing.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yeah, the judge has now asked for each side to submit papers by 1 p.m. As to the bail application that the defense has made. And I assume that the judge, after reading the applications, will ask the parties to reconvene at some point this afternoon. So I imagine that would be 3, 4 o'clock while Combs sits in custody at the courthouse. The parties right now are probably diligently working on their letters that they're going to submit to the judge by 1 p.m. And then the judge will bring the parties back later this afternoon.
You think there will be an answer today from the judge, one way or the other?
I think there has to be. I think the judge said to the parties, we were anticipating being here all day. So I'm happy to be here all day to come to this determination. But there has to be an answer because he's got to set a sentencing date to the conviction on the prostitution counts. And he has to decide, is he going to hold Combs in custody until that date? Or is he going to release him on the bail conditions that we've discussed and have him come back to court on the sentencing
And
date?
don't forget, court is closed tomorrow for the holiday.
Right.
So it's closed Thursday and Friday. He told the jury they could come back tomorrow. But listen, let's face it, it's an expense. You got to ask now the court officers to come in. There's a whole rigmarole that goes along with opening up something that's supposed to be closed.
Right. That's why it's going to be decided today. The jury's already obviously been discharged. The jury's home. They have nothing to do further with the case. And now it's up to the court to decide the defense's motion on bail. And I assume we'll hear something at least some point this afternoon or early evening.
And set to the point that Curtin Rowe made earlier in regards to the time, he's facing a maximum of 20 because the Mann Act carries 10 and 10. So the judge can go, as Kirk pointed out, either way here, right?
Correct. So there's a maximum of 20 years that he's facing, 10 years on each count, which he could run consecutive to each other.
Right.
But he could obviously sentence him to something much less. And that's why the bail application has been made, because a general sentence when you're only convicted of a Mann Act violation. Now, remember, Combs has no prior convictions.
Right.
He's got no record. And usually a first conviction Mann Act violation is something a lot less than the 10 years that you face. In the 3, 4, 5 year range, potentially.
And if that's the case, he already served a year.
Correct.
Almost, yes, since September. And they could run them concurrently, or they could do consecutively and add them back to back.
Correct.
So there's still a lot, but we won't know that till down the road. The first question is whether or not he will be released today. Arthur Chien is live outside the courthouse right now with more reaction as we see people, looks like a mini celebration.
Yeah.
Arthur Idala, excuse me, different Arthur.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Arthur Idala.
Criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor as well. Arthur, what's going on? We see a lot of people chanting. We see police trying to break it up. Can you describe what's going on out there?
This looks tense.
Well, which Arthur are we going with, Idala or Chen? I don't know, the lawyer or the reporter?
We're going with
because Idala is
lawyer.
not at the courthouse, apparently.
I'm not right. I'm not at the courthouse. But I'm going to tell you what's going on behind the scenes. First of all, it gives you guys some insight into how ridiculous the federal court is sometimes. The judge doesn't need papers from both sides to determine whether there should be bail here or not. He has heard so many bail arguments throughout the course of all these proceedings. They just do this in federal court to make it seem like it's more important and it's definitely more majesty around it. He knows what the bail conditions are. He knows what they've asked for. He has all the paperwork, but he's a new judge. He's a very new judge. And the way new judges often react is they take a timeout, as they should, and they go in the back and they talk to maybe Judge Lewis Kaplan, who did the Trump trial, or Judge Stanley Stein, who did the Menendez trial just now. They were both appointed by President Clinton. They've been on the bench for 35 years. He's going to go and talk to them. What do you think? What are your ideas? My guess is they're going to say to him, well, what's your instinct right now? Do you think you're going to send him to jail for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years? Because if you are, keep him where he is. He's already serving time. He's getting credit for it. Why are you going to let him out just to put him back in? But if you're seriously considering giving him a non-jail disposition and just giving him straight probation, well, then you probably, in the interest of justice, should let him out. I don't see a scenario where this judge, with this case, with this notoriety, giving him no additional jail time. But this charge, the Mann Act, is such a BS charge that almost never gets charged in federal court. So he's in a little bit of a quandary, the judge here. My guess is he's probably going to keep him in for at least the time being, and maybe say, I'll consider this a little bit more down the road. That's a guess.
We're looking at, I have to say, outside the courthouse, where family and friends are animated, and maybe some people who just want to be a part of this moment that are outside. It looked like it got a little heated at one point, but it looks like everything calmed down, and that looks like it could be a family member or a friend going back into the courthouse. So, Arthur, are you feeling like when the judge comes back at 1 o'clock with the defense attorney and the prosecutor, that he could already have an answer, and like we may not have to wait till 3, 4 o'clock today for his decision?
Yes, he definitely could. He not only could he should. In other words, come on, Judge. Like, this is what you get paid for. Like, this is why you went through the United States Senate to get confirmed. Like, make a decision. Judges are there to make decisions. And he should already know in his mind what he's going to do. Look, the bottom line is this is a huge win for the defense attorneys. Whether it's a huge win for Sean Combs or not totally remains to be seen. The judge has the ability to say, I heard all of the facts in this case. And even though Mr. Combs was acquitted of the racketeering and the other counts, I am allowed to take that into consideration. And therefore, in an insane scenario, I am sentencing you to the maximum of 10 years on both counts to run consecutively for a sentence of 20 years. Mm-hmm. And do I think that's going to happen? I don't think so, but it's absolutely legal. He wouldn't win an appeal on that case. So the last chapter of this book, which has so far been very much in the defense, at this point, very much in the defense's favor, it still has to be written. on the sentencing, and you will see vigorous sentencing submissions from everyone on both sides about how it needs to be shown from the prosecutor he needs to be punished for this as a deterrent to Mr. Combs himself, a general deterrent to society. Everybody's watching this case. It needs to be known that you can't solicit a prostitute or act this way. And the defense are going to be saying, you got a guy in his 50s who's never been in trouble in his life. And even though what came out of trial wasn't very pleasant, the jury found it wasn't criminal, and therefore he should be sentenced on the Mann Act. And if they look at statistics, people getting sentenced on the Mann Act are very, very low. They're not very, very high.
Arthur, it's Antoine. Just a question for you. If you were representing Combs and you had to face this judge to make a case for him to be released, how would you approach this?
I would approach it similarly to the way it has been approached for Mr. Combs in the past. You put up an enormous amount of money, it's ridiculous the amount of money that they talked about. In fact, I think it was $50 million, and that's being held by the government, right? So the government literally gets to hold that money if the judge requires like cash money, and is making interest on that $50 million where they're holding it for bail. Number one. Number two, it's the electronic devices that start all of these problems. So the judge would insist he has a hardcore landline phone, right, that just has like push button dials, and he cannot communicate with the outside via email, via text messaging, or anything else. There's an ankle monitor. Mr. Combs would have to pay for his own security outside his apartment, and basically create a jail in an apartment somewhere in the Southern District of New York where he can't leave without permission of the judge himself.
You know what I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about Cassie Ventura, who 9 months pregnant, about to give birth any day, went through exhausting testifying on that stand for the prosecution and then cross-examination by the defense. I don't know whether she wanted to go through something like this because she had settled a civil suit with Sean Diddy Combs already.
The one person we have heard from, real quick, Arthur, I don't know if you know this, the one person we have heard from is her attorney, whose name escapes me just now, but he has spoken and he said
Doug Wigdor.
Quigdor, thank you.
Yes.
Right. That at least Sean Combs has been held accountable for something, that these are the first charges that he's obviously been accused of, but that he's been convicted of it. So that's the first statement we've had from anybody who's been involved in this.
She just gave birth. I mean, literally, she was on the stand, and like I think 2 or 3 days later, she gave birth to her baby. And as someone who went through that process, the hormones get a little crazy, and so I can only imagine what she's feeling right now after she put her heart and soul and really her life out there, that basically her children will be able to read about it one day in explicit details about what she did with Sean Diddy Combs. I mean, she's got to be devastated right now.
But he was convicted of one of the charges against her. So it's not totally scot-free.
And she also got, I believe, in excess of $30 million, which, it maybe eases the pain a little bit. Mr. Wigdor, I'm sure, got a nice hunk of that for his legal fee. But yes, absolutely. And who's really got to be devastated is the lead prosecutor, Comey. She is the FBI director, Comey's daughter. By all accounts, she's a very able lawyer in the courtroom. But just so you guys understand, they are never supposed to lose, the feds in the Southern District of New York. They have an over 90% conviction rate of anyone who goes to trial, and they lost on the 2 major counts, the mandatory jail time counts and then the racketeering count, which carried life in prison. Although the sentencing still hangs in the balance, for them internally, this is it's a tremendous defeat to their ego. And to Damian Williams, who was the U.S. attorney who brought these charges for his own notoriety to enhance his own career, it's also a tremendous blow to him and to that whole office.
Arthur, do you have any idea how much this cost? I mean, because this is what at least a year just gathering evidence and a year preparing for the trial. These things are not cheap. What did this cost the United States, us,
Well,
taxpayers.
the only saving grace there is, believe it or not, U.S. attorneys do not get paid a lot of money for lawyers of their stature, right? Most of these people have gone to Ivy League colleges, Ivy League law schools, where if they were in the private sector, they would be making millions of dollars. Here, I believe they make $150,000 a year. I think that's their salary. Maybe it's 160 now. So even though you're going to have 10 of them working on it, I mean, it's millions of dollars, whether it's 4 million or 5 million. Plus, you have to the cost of housing Mr. Combs in the federal facility. They probably have, I don't know, 30 FBI agents working on this, 10 prosecutors working on this, 5 paralegals working on this. You know, you have the best and the brightest in the office, in any prosecutor's office, but the Southern District is the mother court, the creme de la creme. So it costs us millions and millions of dollars to do this. And this is where they determine their resources are best spent to go after Sean Combs, not to go after organized crime, not to go after financial crimes, etc. But that's when you're the prosecutor, you're entitled to make those decisions. And that was the decision that was made here.
And to be clear, once again, he was found guilty on 2 of the charges, 3 found not guilty. I want to bring Seth back in, Seth Zuckerman. And, you know, you were listening here. You had a chance to hear what Arthur was saying. And you know, the big thing that he brings up about the sentencing was the potential for an ankle bracelet, no texting, no communication with other people, a huge bail, maybe like $50 million, something like that, to try and keep him here. Do you think it's going to take that in order to do it? Or might he be like the judge, might the judge be, like he said, already made up his mind?
Well, that's not what the defense has proposed here, Kurt, right? So the defense has proposed a $1 million bond with travel to 3 states. And that could be very concerning to the judge here. The judge clearly was not ready to make up his mind on the spot. He said, I'm not ready to decide this in the moment. And that, to me, is not a good sign for Combs, right? Because he should have been released, as Arthur said, right? He should be out on bond immediately based on a conviction of only these charges. And so the fact that the judge wanted papers and wanted to hear from the government, do you have case law that shows on cases of a Mann Act violation, on a prostitution violation, that you can keep people in custody without bond? So that's concerning. The fact that the judge wanted a couple hours to think about it is concerning. But I'm with Arthur in the sense that there should be bail. He should be released today. Obviously, you know, $50 million is not what the defense has proposed here. They proposed only a $1 million bond. I don't know what that says about Mr. Combs' finances or something else. But the fact that they want him to live out of state is probably going to give the judge the most pause, that they want him to reside on Star Island and travel to New York and LA and Florida.
One other thing that Arthur said was that he believes most likely the judge is probably consulting with other judges who've gone through this. Take us behind the scenes. I mean, might that be happening right now? Does that happen?
Absolutely. This judge has only been on the bench for a couple of years. He was appointed by Biden, and he's not a very experienced criminal judge. And so I think a lot of the decisions in this case were based on his lack of experience on the federal bench. And even before, he was not a criminal attorney. So he doesn't have experience in the criminal realm. So I think he definitely is consulting with other more senior judges. And I think a more senior judge, as Arthur pointed out, would have made the decision on the spot and would have determined one way or another, because it's not a very hard decision based on the facts. If you've seen lots of other federal criminal cases, it's not a very complicated decision.
So Seth, can the prosecutor appeal the not guilty verdicts? I mean, or is it over with, totally over with? You can't.
Those cases are over with.
They're done.
Correct. There can be a defense appeal based on the conviction on the 2 transportation for prostitution counts, and I expect that there will be. There will also be post-trial motions before they even get to appeal, motions to this judge to overturn the verdict based on the lack of evidence. Those are very hard to win. I've won some of them before, but it's an uphill battle, and it's very, very hard to win those motions. But I expect that there will be a round of motions by the defense on the transportation for prostitution counts, and I expect if he does get sentenced, when he does get sentenced on those counts, there will be an appeal.
Might one of those attempts to overturn it be the fact that the juror had to be dismissed in the middle of the trial?
There are many things that I think can be appealed. It could be the juror who was initially living in the Bronx, who then was living in New Jersey, who was dismissed. There's the juror who apparently didn't understand the instructions the other day and may not have spoke English very well. There obviously were other issues that happened during the trial, some evidentiary issues. You know, one of the main things and why the government went so aggressive with the RICO racketeering charge is it allowed them to get in other evidence that they otherwise would not have gotten into evidence. And so there may be appeals based on the evidentiary decisions that the judge allowed. There was a lot of very damaging, very prejudicial evidence that came in against Combs that the judge allowed in because of the racketeering charge. Now, you can't look back in hindsight and say, well, he was found not guilty of the racketeering charge. That evidence should not have come in. But I do think that there will be an evaluation of the evidence that was permitted in, and there will be some appellate issues based on that.
So a little bit more about the judge. Arun Subramanian, born in 1979. He was appointed in April of 2023 by then President Joe Biden. And it's not uncommon, given his experience to this point, to reach out to another judge, right? Does this happen all the time?
Yeah, I mean, there's always behind door conversations between judges in chambers, right? They have colleagues, they've got more senior mentors on the bench. So it would not be surprising. We'll never know. And that's the thing, is that will never become public. But it would not be surprising to me if he's consulting with his more senior colleagues to find out, what should I do here? He's also consulting with his law clerks. He's also looking at the law on cases that involve convictions of this.
Like you said, the Mann Act before.
Correct.
You know,
he specifically asked the prosecutors to submit in their submission by 1 p.m. precedent to hold people in custody when they're solely convicted of Mann Act violations. And I think that'll be telling to see what their letter is that they submit.
I know that we talked a little bit about how much it costs U.S. taxpayers for this trial, but Mark Agnifilo, how much does he get an hour? How much did this cost Diddy?
It cost Diddy millions, multiple millions, probably 8 figures. Diddy hired a great team. He's got very experienced defense attorneys, and he's got a large team from many different firms. And he definitely spent tens of millions of dollars on his defense.
So he had different firms working together.
Oh, absolutely. I think he had at least 6 or 7 different firms working on this case, multiple attorneys from multiple firms. He definitely spent a lot of money in the defense of this case, and it worked, right?
If it kept you from getting a life sentence, you probably are thinking it's money well spent on your side of the case. One thing I just thought about, you don't know for sure because you're not there, but I wonder, where's Diddy right now? Like physically, where is he? And where are the jurors? What has happened to them?
So the jurors have been discharged. The judge had said to them, go back to the jury room. I have to deal with some legal issues with the lawyers, and then I'm going to come back and speak to you. And he actually told them, you don't have to speak to the press. I actually advise you not to speak to the press.
I don't like when they say that, actually.
I agree.
In this day and age, I'm telling you, I would be on their side.
I know.
People, it's hard to stay anonymous, and people are crazy.
I know, but don't you want to know what happened in that
I don't think we have to know.
room?
I think, in this day and age, people are too nuts to have you stand at a podium, put your name out there. People will dox you and find out your address and where your kids work, that kind of thing.
It's not that glamorous. We are literally running behind them as they are leaving, because we don't, unless you're in the courtroom every day, you don't know who they are, so you have to make mental notes, blue tie, blue jacket, and you have to chase these people. And that's what we do when they happen.
But I want to know is different than I need to know.
Sure.
And I think that people's personal safety is too important.
Oh, absolutely.
In the world that we live in, I would not suggest that, but it's up to them, obviously.
Of course. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of days you hear certain leaks from certain jurors learning about the deliberations. That happens in most of these high profile cases these days, is you learn after the fact. I wouldn't be surprised also if the judge's deputies got the jurors out of a back entrance so that they escorted them out through an entrance so that the press wasn't bothering them today. This judge was very careful to make sure that the press was not finding out the identity of these jurors. And I wouldn't be surprised if they escorted them out a back entrance and that those jurors are already on their way home.
So this is what I'm going to say. Anybody who's watching, who's friends or family with any of the jurors, we will put them on in silhouette, change their voices.
You can advocate for that. I am not supportive of that.
We would put their story out there without putting their identity. Yeah. It's happened in the past. We've done it for tens of years.
Go ahead. I'm staying out of this one.
I know, but I just think that, don't you want to know how?
Because you want to know something doesn't mean you need to know. The jury, what they told you is what you need to know. That's just my opinion. I just don't believe in that.
Now, sometimes they do talk, there have been instances, they will talk to us, even with the presence of an escort who then just steps off. It's like, well, it's in your hands now. So we do get that, sometimes.
Real quick, where's Diddy?
So Diddy right now is in a holding cell at the courthouse, waiting to be brought back into court at whatever time the court reconvenes.
All right. Arthur Idell is standing by as well. Arthur, I'm sorry.
I just want to tell you, regarding what the topic you're talking about, jurors, I never learn more about my craft than when I speak to jurors after a trial, whether that was when I was a prosecutor and things that they focused on, and when I was a prosecutor about, I believed your witness when he identified the defendant sitting at the chair, because he didn't just say the guy sitting at the chair. He said the guy sitting at the chair with the pink shirt and the button-down collars and a little bit of a stain on his shoulder. And he's like, once we heard that he was so detail-oriented, that's when we knew he was telling the truth. Like, I would have never thought of that in a million years. And as a defense attorney, it's the same thing. You get to ask them, like, what worked? What didn't work? What resonated with you? What didn't resonate with you? Whether I got the verdict on the case that I wanted or I didn't want, it's almost like you guys, Kurt and Rosanna, like, speaking to your audience, like, what'd you like about that segment? What didn't you like about that segment? Was this good? Was that, should we change this? So I love, as a lawyer, to speak to the jurors. I understand what both of you are saying regarding whether they should speak or not, but it is fascinating to hear what happens when you put 12 strangers in a room together for 2 months and you say, don't talk about what we're working on. Don't talk about this project for 2 months, until a couple of days ago when they allowed you to talk about it. And then 12 strangers have to agree on judging another human being's life and lifestyle, etc. I mean, it is a very, from a human perspective, it is fascinating. And I will tell you this, Kurt, your viewers, I agree, I hear what you're saying in terms of protecting the jurors themselves as individuals. I got you. But from viewers' perspectives, from a human perspective, it is fascinating to hear what happened when they went into the jury room and how things played out.
I understand I'm in the minority on this set, in this newsroom. I totally get it. I totally get it. I'm just not in favor of it. But hey, one man's opinion.
Okay.
That's it.
Apparently, Arthur Chan is tweeting that a Sprinter van pulled to the closed garage on the Pearl Street side, and that's where the jurors, it's speculated the jurors left from that entrance, and I guess they dismissed them. They probably got them to another place that's safe from the prying eyes of the press.
You also pointed out, Rosanna, that the New York Times was saying that Psalm 11 is what Sean Combs read. I looked it up. It's a declaration of trust in God's adversity and a reminder of his justice against enemies, so of his children. So.
Well, it basically says, I put my trust in you, which is, if anybody is going through hardship, you know that you need help from a divine individual to help you get through that, and you have to trust that God's going to take care of you. And that's what Diddy was reading as the verdict came in.
I think some people will have a hard time looking at video and thinking that God sided with Diddy.
Kurt, I was going to ask you this, because
I'm just saying, that's the honest truth.
But no, that and just the other allegations that came out. I mean, this man's reputation, has taken a serious hit in the court of public opinion. Seth is not in his head. The term freak offs is now something that all of us cannot.
And listen, I'm never going to look at baby oil again. All right.
You're not in agreement about the reputation.
I agree that the reputational harm, he can never get his reputation back. And I agree with everything that Arthur said, right? Speaking to the jurors is an invaluable part of our craft. And you learn things that happened in the jury deliberation room that the lawyers weren't even focused on. I've spoken to jurors and I hear that they were focused on these issues. And I'm like, I didn't even think that that was an issue in this case. And the jurors focus on things that it's a great study of human psychology, as Arthur was talking about. You learn so much from speaking to the jurors. And obviously the judge, by escorting the jurors out, has prohibited the parties from speaking to it. Obviously, the parties are very busy right now with preparing their letters to file with the judge by 1 p.m. today. So they probably are preoccupied anyway, and they may try to reach out to the jurors at a later point. But it's always harder to speak to them at a later date. It's easiest when it's fresh, when they're leaving the courthouse, when you could speak to them. That's when they most want to be spoken to. When they move on with their lives, it's less likely that they want to be spoken to about a case like this. But like I said, I would expect in the next couple of days, we'll hear some leaks, we'll hear some reports of some of the jurors, and some of the jurors may go on TV, like Rosanna asked. They may be public. They may want to discuss what the deliberation room looked like.
And we can hide their identity and voice. We've done that before in the past. But I think people are curious about how the deliberations went. Was there fighting over the RICO count? Because yesterday, we thought we had a hung jury on the RICO count.
Yeah, and it was a fairly quick verdict for a 2-month trial, right? We had basically a day plus of deliberations, right? Yesterday was the only full day. This morning they deliberated for maybe an hour, and on Monday they deliberated for a very short amount of time. So it was a fairly quick deliberation for a 2-month trial, and so it would be curious to hear what was happening in that jury room. As Rosanna pointed out, yesterday they did indicate that there were jurors dug in on both sides of the aisle on the RICO racketeering count. So clearly they were persuaded by the judge's instructions, and clearly they were persuaded by their fellow jurors to go back and deliberate honestly and fairly, and they were convinced that he was not guilty of that count.
Well, even Agala's case with Weinstein too. Remember the jury? They were basically fighting. You know, we were like, we can't deal with this. You know, that would have been really interesting just to get the temperature, take a barometer of what that was.
Arthur, are you there? Did you ever talk to?
I'm here, and you know what Seth was saying. What we also have to factor in there is they went home last night, and when people go home, right? You don't know what happens. I mean, first of all, I know they're not supposed to read or hear anything about the case, but a case of this magnitude, it's almost impossible. You get into the cab, all of a sudden, oh, you hear this screen in the cab. You go on Facebook and there's something about the case. So you don't know their family members, or they just have a good night's sleep and they clear their head and they say, all right, let me rethink this. So anytime you go out overnight, you can see jurors change their minds. And in fact, in the Weinstein case, when they said they were hung, and one juror said, look, I'm done. I'm not going back in there. The judge broke for the day at 3 p.m, said, everyone go home, let's cool off, and we'll come back tomorrow and see what happens. And when he came back tomorrow, the juror was like, I'm done. I have my verdict. They're trying to change my mind. I'm not going to allow them to change my mind. I heard the evidence, and that was it. The judge had to declare a mistrial. So, but, you know, again, Weinstein's case, Puffy's case, we considered a win that we got Weinstein. There were 3 women. We found guilty only of one. The other 2, there was no decision on. Well, one, he was not guilty. One, there's no decision. And the same with Puffy, right? He beat most of the counts. But it all really comes down to the sentencing. If the judge in Weinstein sentences him to 10, 15 years, a 73-year-old man with cancer, diabetes, heart disease, then, you know, it was a win for the lawyers because we beat the charges. I won the appeal, but it's not really a win for the individual. If this judge goes off the wall for whatever reason, he wants to make a name for himself, and he says, I'm sentencing you to 10 years, 12 years, 5 years on each count to run consecutively. I don't think Puff Daddy is going to say, oh, I won the case. Yeah, he's not facing a 15-year mandatory minimum where he'd have to do at least 12 and a half maybe, or maybe a little less to get in the halfway house. You know, all of these get out of jail free cards do not apply to sex crimes cases. So the First Step Act, all things that allow people to go to a camp, to be in a more luxurious camp fed, they don't apply when you're for sex crimes cases. So he beat the top counts. Fantastic job by the defense. If the judge is the one who gets to write the last chapter here. The judge says, I'm sentencing you to time.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Another dinner for tomorrow. You deserve it. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you so much, man. I love y'all, man. I'm going to miss you guys, but yo, we're still going to do more coverage today and probably even some more tomorrow. Don't worry, okay? Also, I want to tell you guys again, giving you guys insight. 2 days ago, Diddy's Mark Agnifilo asked the marshals if Diddy can carry 2 books back with him to jail. And today, somebody told me what those 2 books were, if you guys care. The 2 are, is that another super chat? Rhoda Hodkins, thank you so much. I enjoyed your coverage of this trial. I'll always enjoy Trent Out Loud. Thank you so much. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, so the 2 books that Diddy has been reading is The Power of Positive Thinking. Simple Savage, thank you so much for the super chat. Trent is fine AF. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. The 2 books Diddy was reading are The Power of Positive Thinking, and the second one is The Happiness Advantage. Diddy has been carrying those 2 books around with him like it's the Bible, y'all. For the past 2 or 3 days, Diddy has been maintaining as much positivity as possible, okay? So that was the prayer. Now, after the prayer, when they said amen, the family clapped. I've never heard people clap after a prayer But I think, and it was awkward. I was just like, I've never heard people clap after prayer. But what I think now is that they were clapping for Diddy's positiveness. They were clapping for Diddy being a leader. And like I said, I totally respect the people who wanted him to go to jail for the rest of his life, or the people that wanted him to come home. Like, you have a right to your own opinion. Marjorie, yeah, super chat. Feds only win 1 to 3% of their trial cases. Over 90% of their cases are won through plea deals. Makes sense now. I've been telling you guys that from a long time ago. That Fed thing of like, the Feds never lose their cases. Not only do they win their cases on pleas, but they also win because they charge. Like, this is technically a win for the Feds because they found him guilty on these lesser charges. They always give you a small little charge and then a big charge so that the jury has something to pin on you if they feel like you really need to do some time. That's how the Feds technically win. Mark my word, like even Dennis said, this is a huge, a monumental loss for the federal government. It's not over yet. We did tell you guys this morning about there might be some Fed cases. They are not done with Diddy by a long shot. Tenny again says, yes, we blessing you today. Thank you, Tangi Williams. Thank you so much. Thank you. Cheryl Holt, thank you so much for the super chat. Y'all are really taking care of your boy today, huh? Love y'all, man. We're going out to dinner. I'm ordering steak today, yo. Thank you. Love you guys. All right. I see some people talking about some other YouTubers. We're not going to do that on this live. I have met a lot of my fellow colleagues. We sit together. On the YouTube content creator side, there's only 14 of us. So I know everybody. I know everybody who you guys are talking about. Everybody has a right to run their channel how they want to and say their own piece. So I'm not going to be talking or bashing anybody. My style is my style, and other content creators are their styles too. So you got to just respect everybody, all right? Y'all know how I get down already. Okay, let me get back to telling you now. So prayer. As soon as he's done, the entire family claps, which is not allowed in court. But, this is what I was saying. I was saying this. You got to give Diddy credit. For him to stop the marshals from taking him out and bringing him back down to his cell so the jury could continue deliberating, for him to stop and lead his family in prayer. He didn't stop and say, yo, mom, can you say a prayer for me? He didn't say, hey, brother-in-law, can you say a prayer for me? He didn't ask anybody. He said, yo, marshals, 1 second. I'm about to lead my family in a prayer. He put his head down. He said, bless the heart of the jurors, bless my family, bless this. I pray for a not guilty verdict. Wendy, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks, Trent, for the live coverage. I do hope Diddy gets the help he needs and changes to be a better man. You got to give Diddy credit for that moment. Sign of leadership. Okay. The judge did not come out. Just want to let you guys know the judge did not come out in the morning. He said yesterday, juror, when you guys come in here, I want you to start at 9 a.m. I'm not going to come out. I'm not even going to bring you guys out. I want you to deliberate right away. Okay. Now I'm going to continue my coverage. 9:52 a.m. 9:52 a.m. Everybody starts screaming. Like some people left. Some people went to go have breakfast or whatever. I'm like, y'all know me. I stayed in court. Hold on 1 second. I might sneeze. Sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Excuse me, guys. Woo, I don't know what that was. There's a lot of stuff going on around here. So yeah. So we start seeing like scrimmaging. Then one person, CNN, one of the legal correspondent, goes up and asks Mark a question. He said, yo, are we getting a note? She comes back and she tells people she didn't say to me. She goes, yeah, we're getting a note. Boom. You start hearing the door open up. You start seeing more people coming in. At 9:52, we get word that there is a note from the jury. Now, because it was so early and because RICO was such a big charge, most of us thought they were asking, thank you again, Tangi Williams, again. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right because you've been giving me mad super chats. We all thought that it was, hey, we have a question. Hey, we want a transcript. Hey, we want something. No. We had no clue this was the verdict, okay? So we all see all of Diddy's legal teams go in a line before they bring him out, and they go, wow, people are dancing. People are happy of this verdict, man. There's a lot going on over there in the corner. I'm going to find out everything that's going on. Don't forget, tune back in at this afternoon after to see if Diddy gets released or not, and I'll give you all the breakdown, okay? Everything is going crazy here. So Diddy's team gets note that there's word that there's a note. Diddy's team goes into the back. This is the first time I've ever seen them go into the back. This is the room where they take off his shackles and they bring him out. I've never seen this. All right, okay, there's nothing going on. So I've never seen them do this. They all go in the back. I guess they're speaking with him. I guess they're saying, hey, I'm sure they knew that the verdict was in, but we didn't know. Now, in hindsight, I know that that's why they went back there, but I think they went back there not in front of the gallery to be like, yo, we have a verdict. Whatever happens, remain calm. Don't do anything, etc., etc., okay? All you hear is chains falling down, so they unshackled him. And then Diddy comes around. He sits down. His lawyers sit down behind him or on the side of him, and somebody hands somebody in the gallery a verdict sheet. That's when we knew in the gallery, all right, there is a verdict, okay? Remember, I'm taking you guys through one at a time. Diddy smiles and turns around to his mom and his family, and he says, yo, we got this. He's sitting down like this, and he's like, we got this. I have to give him credit for that, yo. I don't know how I would be if I knew that I was about to sit down and hear a jury of my 12 peers read out if I was going to jail for the rest of my life. I don't know if I would have the confidence to turn around and be like, yo, mom, we got this. Shout out to Diddy for that. Okay. All of a sudden, the back door opens to the court, and all of these marshals, those like gangbusters, like all the marshals start coming in, whisper, there's a verdict, there's a verdict, there's a verdict. Now we know at around 10:10 that there is a verdict here, 10:13, okay? We know at this point now there's a verdict. It took around 10-15 minutes for us all to figure out. There's marshals everywhere. The entire courtroom is filled. There's standing room only. In like 20 minutes, it went from me being on the bench, like chilling, like with my feet out, being like, we're going to be here all day. Oh my gosh, this is going to take so long, to like marshals, the manager of the building, security guards, like family, everybody was in there, standing room only. The one of the marshals hands the judge the envelope, and hands the judge a note. And I was like, a note? I thought this was a verdict. So the note is, first, don't forget the jury's not out yet, hands the judge a note, and it's a note just like that's on this pad. Like it's literally a note like this. I'm sure Diddy's gonna want it. A note like this, we have a verdict. The judge says, the jury would like to let us know that they have a verdict on all counts. Yo, when I tell you, everything dropped in the room. I can't see Diddy's face because he sits literally right behind me, but I have a front window of all of his family and everybody. We went from 4 verdicts and what everybody was hoping would be a mistrial on Rico. Trust me, every single person, including Diddy, was praying for a mistrial on Rico. That would have been the best case scenario, and pray that the prosecution doesn't retry him. That would be the best. I even said to you, I think even with Mark Agnifalo's closing statement, I said that he went over the edge when people are like, oh, he went too far, he pushed too far. There's some people that said he made a mockery of the judicial system. I said he went that far because he knew he had a couple of jurors on his side, and he was speaking to them. I said this morning, it could be possible that while he was going for those 4 or 5 jurors that he felt that was on his side, maybe he got all of them. But I guarantee you, when the judge said we have a count on all verdicts, nobody at that time thought that Mark got off on the force, fraud, and coercion and Rico. I promise you, the entire courtroom was shook. Oh, no. They have a verdict. Everybody thought it was going to come back that they were hung on Rico. Everybody is scared. Everybody at this time is thinking it's a guilty verdict. I'm telling you right now. Diddy is sitting with his head bowed like this. Like I said, I could see the back of his head. I could see so clear over him. His head was held this low down. Some of Diddy's lawyers are smiling. Drexler, the young lawyer who works with Shapiro, he did this to me. I was like, I even tapped the person beside me. I was like, yo, he seems confident. That was the first person in the room that I felt was confident. Mark was red in the face and he was pacing like this. Tenny looked pretty stressed. Xavier Donaldson looked defeated. He was sitting up on the thing like this, like, you know when you're just like, fuck. Oh, sorry, oops. Oh, I hope I don't get flagged by that. Sorry, YouTube. He looked like he was stressed. They're like, all right, we're going to bring in the jury because now we know that there is a verdict. So they bring in the jury. Everybody stands up. Stressed. The judge says, jury, jury number 5, he's the floor person. He says, have you reached a verdict? He says, yes. The judge asks, the verdict that you have reached, was it unanimous? Somebody says, I hope you don't get flagged. I know. Please, YouTube, don't flag me. You already kicked me off 3 or 4 times. Anyways, sorry, where was I at now? Yeah, oh, sorry. He said, have you reached a verdict? Juror number 5 says, yes. Is your verdict unanimous? He says, yes. He said, all right, fine. You can hand me over the verdict sheet. The juror number 5 hands it over to the clerk. The clerk hands it over to the judge. Just keep in mind how Diddy must be feeling. That piece of paper has his entire life. This man could have said, do you guys, he's 55 years old. If Diddy lives till he's 80 or 90 years old, that would be 40 years in jail. Yes, there's appeals. Yes, there's this. You can talk about Trump pardoning him. Until that happens, you got to think, holy cow, I could spend the rest of my life in jail. The judge has the verdict sheet, and he took so long. He's like, He flips it. We're just like, okay, bro, what are you doing? He flips it. He looks. Because he's making sure that there's no mistakes, right? Because you can't read something out and be like, hey, you guys forgot one count. Could you imagine that happened? Hey, you didn't write a verdict here. The judge says, all right, I have looked and I can confirm that they have reached. Something's going on. I think about Seaside High. Who is that? Oh, there's Diddy's mom right there. There's Diddy's mom going back up to court. Diddy's mom's going back up in court. I feel so happy for her, man. Good for her. Good for her. She gets her son back. Good. Like I said, it doesn't matter how you feel about Diddy. You got to be happy for his mom, man. All right.
give him time served because of who he is, and what little influence he has left gets him that. But you know, just time will reveal.
Jem Aswad from Variety said that the difference between R. Kelly and Diddy.
Now and then you see it work differently. Nobody expected Martha Stewart to go to prison, but she did. Nobody expected Lori Loughlin to go to prison, but she did. And they had the money and the coins to kind of protect themselves in these situations. And every now and then, you know, the law be lawing. But every now and then, every now and then,
solid
you can find your
final
way out.
thought. Head Crack from Dish Nation, thank you so much for weighing in on this big trial and this breaking news today. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for being with us. Actually, we obviously are keeping a close eye on things. Sean Diddy Combs found guilty of 2 of the 5 counts. We are waiting for sentencing next. We're waiting to see what happens. He may even walk out this morning. We'll keep an eye on things and bring it to you when that does happen.
And you are again taking that live look outside the courthouse right now as we do continue to follow the latest here. Now, if you are just joining us, Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty today of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, but convicted of lesser prostitution charges. Following this 7-week trial that we have been bringing you here extensively on Live Now from Fox. The jury's verdict was announced on the 3rd day of deliberations. It could still send Combs to prison for as long as 20 years and is likely to end his career as a music executive and reality TV star. And you did just hear our coverage there saying we are now waiting on sentencing. The last we heard outside of the courthouse was from Cassie Ventura's attorney. Very brief remarks. We are still keeping an eye here on the outside of the court to see if we're going to be getting any additional comments here shortly. And I did want to head back to our Fox 5 New York team. It does appear that they are back in their coverage of this. They've had reporters outside the courthouse throughout this entire trial. Let's listen in.
The RICO charge.
Well, we had discussions even yesterday going back, and just when we knew that the notes came from the jury that the RICO charge was going to be the toughest, you know, for them to find uniformity, you know, on. And that note, when it came back, that there were strong opinions on both sides. Kind of, you know, the pundits that we spoke with, our legal experts that we'll be bringing on in a minute, all thought that this was going to be the most serious one. It was also the one that carried the heaviest weight. We're talking a maximum of life in prison.
Including that second charge was also a maximum of life in prison. Right now, we're looking at possibly 20 years, which is the maximum sentence, but we're not going to see what's happening until sentencing comes down. But it was interesting that you brought up the RICO charge, because I think a lot of people were watching this trial as it started, asking why weren't they hitting that harder initially? And then this is what happened.
It was the burden of proof was very, very heavy, you know, to try to do. And even, you know, a few moments ago, we heard from Arthur Idala, Jeremy, who will be joining us in a minute, also talked about the fact that it was the burden of proof was very, very heavy, you know, to try to do. And even, you know, a few moments ago, we heard from Arthur Idala, Jeremy, who will be joining us in a minute, also talked about the fact that that was looked at as a reach anyway, because you had to, that law, that RICO was instituted in 1970. It was mainly done to go after organized crime families and to try to prove those allegations and things like that. And they had to establish in this particular case that there was, in fact, some sort of service and exchange, a promise of this, money involved. There was a lot to it. It was very, very, very heavy. And that's why it took so long, you know, for them to try to do that. Also, the fact that they deliberated, for 13 hours, maybe, you know, 12 up until yesterday, then an hour today, you know, to come back with this.
And the person that has been following this all along has been Lisa Evers, who has been, you know, who has interviewed Diddy and has had these connections with people in that music world. She's down there in front of the courthouse right now talking about this, this turnaround from yesterday. We went to, again, as Antoine said, you had 2 people on both sides of the aisle here, multiple people in part of the jury saying that they were not going to be persuaded. The judge said, you got to go back, you got to figure this out, and we came back with an answer this morning. So, Lisa, was there anything that surprised you from the results this morning?
Well, I think what was most surprising, Bianca and Antoine, was the speed. They came back today. Yesterday, it seemed intractable. The word was unpersuadable, that they could not be persuaded on that first RICO charge. And then all of a sudden this morning, what most people in the court thought was just another note from the jury about something, mid-morning, it turned out to be, we have a verdict on this one charge, this RICO charge that we did not, that they could not decide on. So that was a pretty quick turnaround. And as one former prosecutor has said, don't underestimate the power of a looming 3-day holiday weekend ahead. So whether that was the fact or whether they had already gone through so much together, because remember, they're all sitting through nearly 2 months of this testimony and evidence, pretty hard not to have some kind of an idea just on an individual basis of which way they were going. But quite a scene this morning and quite a scene right now. Let me just show you what's happening, and then I'll bring you up to speed with where we're at with Combs, who is still in a holding pen in the building you see right behind me. So let's just show you what's happening. Oh, now the bus is here. We'll come back to that, Roy. So there's been a big crowd. There's a huge media crowd in front of the courthouse, which has been for most of the trial, especially yesterday and today. And then what is happening now is the judge had asked for basically a bail package, and also comments from the prosecutors about whether or not they should grant Diddy bail. So he was found not guilty, as you guys were talking about, the RICO charge, the racketeering, which is also called the racketeering conspiracy charge. That was the most serious. He was looking at many, many years, if not life, behind bars on that if he was found guilty of that one. They also found him not guilty on 2 counts of sex trafficking, but they did find him guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution. Each one of the charges, which has been mentioned, carries a maximum of 10 years. And sometimes when there's double counts on the same charge, they'll allow somebody to serve them concurrently. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves with that, because right now what his defense team is focused on is trying to convince this judge to make sure that they can get him bail and get him out of there from that courthouse. Now, just a short time ago, we saw jurors were ushered out in a very low profile, some might say secret side entrance of the court. They were taken out that way so they would not have to face all of the media that's out there. Mrs. Janice Combs left less than 10 minutes ago, so I think that shows some indication that they might be making progress with the bail. I would take, because she has literally been by his side and here in court every single day, supporting her son. And also too, Janice Combs was, she's his mother, which is #1 role, but she was also a partner in some of the businesses, the legitimate businesses in the Bad Boy Worldwide empire that were here, that were mentioned in the course of this trial. So basically what's happening now is the prosecutors asked for a couple of hours to put together their notes on bail. Remember that earlier throughout this trial, Combs was denied bail 3 separate times, $50 million worth of bail. But today a big victory for the defense, victory for the defense in terms of beating that main RICO charge, which a lot of people in the legal community that we've interviewed dozens and dozens over the last couple of months on this, felt that was too aggressive on the part of the prosecution, that it didn't really fit what the crimes were here, but they were going for it anyway. So that's the latest from here, guys. Back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you.
We're going to have a lot more coverage on top of this case. Stay with us as we head to break.
This is Alex Pillow.
Thank you to our Fox 5 New York team as you are taking that live look once again outside the courthouse in New York. We'll head back to their coverage after their commercial break. Again, we are going to have an analyst join us here in just about 5 minutes or so as we are going to continue to discuss what this all means for Sean Diddy Combs here. I did want to share this on your screen because we do know that he was found not guilty on 3 counts, guilty on 2. And you can see what exactly those were on your screen. I am going to take down this banner just for a moment here so we can read through this together. The racketeering conspiracy, not guilty. And again, this was the biggest point here for Combs, because that could have been a maximum sentence of life in prison, which he is now avoiding here. He was also found not guilty on sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. but he was found guilty on transportation for purposes of prostitution. So count 3 and 5, he was found guilty there, and that is a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. So with both of those combined there, he could be looking at 20 years in prison. But again, we are still awaiting the sentencing here. Lastly, that count for sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, he was found not guilty as well. So again, as we head back to this live look right now, we will head back to our Fox 5 New York coverage momentarily here. But there are still a lot of questions here. And I think one of them is also being what led to the jury deciding on those 2 counts that Combs is guilty of, but not those other 3. And I really want to get into the mind of the jurors here. And that's what we're going to do in just about 5 minutes here when we do bring on our analyst. Also, this push here of, just the other day, we were seeing the jury could not come to a decision on that racketeering count. And now this morning, we saw this verdict come out here pretty quickly. So when we talk to our legal analyst, we're going to get all those answers for you here. I'm actually going to see as well if my producer can make a poll for you guys to weigh in to see what questions you do have about this. We're going to get that up and running here for you. And what you're going to be able to do in just a few moments from now is we're going to put that on your screen, and you'll be able to scan that QR code and write in your questions. We'll answer them live here on Live Now from Fox as we do speak with a legal analyst in a short amount of time. We're also, of course, looking for reaction on social media here at Live Now from Fox as we do follow this breaking news, and we are compiling some tweets and social media posts here as well to share with you as we do get reaction in. I do want to head back to our Fox 5 New York team as they are back in their coverage.
Former prosecutor and legal defense attorney here, giving us some insight on how this all happened. Seth, we're talking about these critical legal steps as of now. What are we seeing in terms of sentencing? Will that come possibly before or after bond may be granted?
So the first step, Bianca, today is for the judge to determine whether he's going to release Combs on bond. So the judge has asked for papers from both sides to be submitted by 1 p.m., less than an hour from now. And I expect the court to reconvene at some point this afternoon, maybe about 3 or 4 p.m., to make a determination as to whether he's going to release Combs on bond pending sentence. It's pretty... I would expect he should be released. On a case like this, they are generally released when he's been acquitted of the RICO racketeering and been acquitted of the sex trafficking, and he's only been convicted of the Mann Act prostitution charges. He should be released on bond. The defense has asked for a bond package of $1 million with him to live at his home on Star Island in Florida and travel to Florida, LA, and New York. Now, the judge may have some hesitation about him leaving the state of New York and leaving New York City specifically. So there may be something in between. There may be an ankle monitor involved. But so that's the first step, Bianca, is today the judge will determine whether he's going to release Combs on bond and have him come back for sentencing, or he's going to hold him in custody. Sentencing is not going to happen for many months down the road. It'll probably be October or November at this point. The parties still need to file motions on the convicted counts, and there will be a very hard-fought sentencing. The minimum, there's no minimum on these counts, but there is a 10-year maximum on each of these counts, and they can run consecutively up to 20 years. So he is still facing up to 20 years in incarceration, but I expect he would get much less than that.
So let me ask you this, Seth. So the maximum is 10, so he's looking at potentially 20. Does the judge have to follow the guidelines, or does the judge have any ability to just do what he wants to here?
So the maximum is not necessarily the guidelines. There will also be sentencing guidelines associated with these counts, which will be calculated by the judge and calculated by each of the parties. The judge has full discretion here. He could go down. I would expect a sentence in a couple of year range at this point based on the evidence that's been presented. Can't make any guarantee, but that's the sentence that I would expect at this point.
What about his time served, though? Wouldn't that impact his ultimate sentence?
Of course, he will get credit for all of the time that he's been in since the fall of last year, and that will absolutely impact the sentence that he'll receive when he ultimately does receive that sentence. The Bureau of Prisons calculates how much time he served when the sentence is then pronounced in determining when he will be released.
No prior record either, correct? That weighs into this.
Correct. Combs has no record, and that should weigh heavily into what sentence he should receive. prior defendants who have no record, who are convicted of similar Mann Act violations, receive a sentence much less than the 10-year maximum.
Okay.
What that will be is up to the judge, and we won't know that for many months. Today, the battle, though, is whether or not Combs will be released from the MDC and whether he'll walk out of the courthouse with his family this afternoon, or whether he'll be going back to the MDC.
Let's go back to the charges, because I feel like this is a massive blow for the Southern District of New York, who they have incredible power to really convict people a lot of times. And this time they did not. They failed on these two very important charges. What does that look like in moving forward?
It's a huge blow to the SDNY. They spent millions and millions of dollars on this prosecution. This was a very public prosecution, and it's a huge blow. We always knew that the RICO racketeering count was a very aggressive count.
Right.
It was always going to be a really high burden to get him convicted on that count. So I'm not surprised to hear that. The sex trafficking count, which he was also acquitted of, I always thought was also a high burden, because the defense to that is consent. And there was plenty of evidence from both Cassie and Jane that although after the fact they didn't like what had happened, but they had consented at the time and they stayed in consensual relationships with Combs. So he's been convicted of the two lesser counts at this point, and we'll obviously see what the judge does this afternoon.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Stay with us. Our coverage will, of course, continue, everybody. We want to let everybody know that Bianca and I will be talking with a criminal defense attorney when we return.
Thank you to our Fox 5 New York team. And once again, I am sharing this with you here. We were saying that we are going to have on a legal analyst momentarily here. And if you have any questions, you can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen, and you can write in, and we will answer these questions live on air here. What questions do you have about the Diddy verdict? Because again, there are still some questions here, especially when it comes to sentencing and where we move from here. So scan that QR code. You're going to have to go to the Ask Now page once you do scan that QR code. And that way you can write in your questions. We're going to be answering them live here momentarily as we do bring on a legal analyst. So I am going to leave this up here for just a moment here. If you are just joining us, we continue to follow this breaking news in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. He was found not guilty on 3 counts, guilty on 2. So again, he was found not guilty on major charges, but found guilty of lesser prostitution offense. The guilty charges involve a felony violation of the federal Mann Act. So what is the Mann Act? It's a federal law that makes it a crime to transport someone across state lines for illegal sexual activity. The maximum penalty for violating the Mann Act is 10 years in prison and a fine. Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, which is a felony violation of the Mann Act. Combs was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, 1 count relating to ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, who testified, and 1 count relating to an unnamed woman known as Jane throughout the trial. The second Mann Act charge was filed on April 3rd. The judge could issue concurrent sentences for each guilty count, meaning that Combs could serve his sentence for each count at the same time, which would carry a maximum 10-year sentence. Combs could also be sentenced for each count separately, which would carry a maximum sentence of 20 years. The jury did acquit him of the racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking charges, which were related to allegations that he forced girlfriends into hundreds of drug-fueled sex marathons with other men. His lawyers said the women were willing participants. So consent, as we heard in the Fox 5 New York coverage, they're also a big key part of this trial that we will ask our legal analyst here in just a short amount of time. Now, if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, I was explaining a moment ago that we do have this QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You can scan that, head to the Ask Now page, write in some questions. We're going to be bringing on our legal analyst here in just a short amount of time. Again, what questions do you have about the Diddy verdict? We'll answer those shortly. In the meantime, let's head back to our Fox 5 New York team for more coverage.
He's been acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering. However, he has still been convicted of 2 prostitution offenses.
And joining us right now, criminal defense attorney Randy Zellin, joining us by Zoom. Randy, thank you so much for being with us. Our first question, were you surprised at any of the decisions made in this case? Share your opinions with us.
Not at all. No, I don't have a crystal ball, and no, I'm not a soothsayer. But quite frankly, I have been saying from the get-go that, in my opinion, this case was going to end up exactly as it did, with convictions on the bringing prostitutes across state lines and acquittals on the sex trafficking and the RICO.
We're talking about the sentencing right now. What's the sentencing range for the 2 counts that he's been convicted on? Essentially, when you're looking at the time served, which is 9 months, could he walk free on this?
No, I think you've got a couple of interesting dynamics when you're talking about federal criminal sentencing. One, you have the statute. We know that the statutory maximum for the counts of conviction are 10 years each, but throw those away. Everything lives and dies with what we call the federal sentencing guidelines. It's a series of mathematical computations. Your life as a defendant is reduced to an accounting. Every crime carries with it points. What you do in furtherance of the crime carries with it points. You add, you subtract, you go to a chart. There is a vertical axis, which are the number of points, a horizontal axis, which is your criminal history, and you land on a range in months. And from there, we get to a sentencing. So I think the good news for Mr. Combs is that he was acquitted of the more serious crimes, convicted of the less serious crimes, still carries statutory maximums. And when you do the guideline calculations, and here's the part that really will trip everybody up, the judge is allowed to consider the acquitted conduct in a federal criminal case, so long as he finds that the proof was by a preponderance. So don't be surprised if Mr. Combs ends up with a sentence that looks a lot closer to double digits than it does to single digits, given what the judge saw in this trial.
Randy, how do you view?
And that is our Fox 5 New York coverage there. We'll continue to listen in there and head back to that in just a few moments. But for right now, I do want to bring in our legal analyst, Nima Rahmani. He has joined the show throughout this entire trial. Thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. And as I've been sharing here, we do have a lot of viewer questions coming in. So what I did want to do right now is share one of those here and have you answer in real time. So we do have this question. This is saying, is it possible for him to be released today on time served and just probation? Would love to hear your thoughts on that.
So yes, and not quite. He should absolutely be released today on bail. He deserves bail. He's not a risk of flight. He's not a danger to the community. He's beaten the most serious charges. I expect Judge Subramanian to do that. But he can't be sentenced today because U.S. probation needs to prepare a pre-sentence report, and that can take months. But he'll be a free man while that process plays out. I was doing some back-of-the-napkin calculations. I think he's probably looking at a range of somewhere maybe between 15 to 21 months. Certainly nowhere near the 10-year maximum that people have been talking about, especially prosecutors. So I expect Combs to get time served or something close to it. That's what he deserved, and what will go down as the most expensive prostitution trial in American history.
I do want to go off of what you just said, because our next viewer question here, you did just briefly answer, but I think we just a little more clarity here, because here's what one of our viewers wrote in. What would be the longest prison sentence? Could each count be consecutive? And what's the difference? And again, we've been touching on that here throughout the show ever since we did learn the verdict. Can you just break this down a little bit further for our viewers?
The longest potential sentence is 20 years, 10 years on each count. The judge could run them consecutively, but everyone talks about the maximum sentence in federal cases. That doesn't matter. What matters is the advisory sentence. So there's the federal sentencing guidelines, and I'm not going to bore you with the math, but just know that back in the day, they used to be mandatory, which meant that judges would have to calculate the range of sentences and they had to stick within that guideline. Now there's a Supreme Court case about 20 years ago where they said, you know what, the guidelines aren't mandatory, but they're advisory. But still, a lot of judges stick within those guidelines. That's why I've been talking about that 15 to 21 months. That's probably where Combs is going to end up in terms of his guidelines. So when people are talking about 10 years and 10 years and the prosecution said they're going to go for the full 20, you can just forget about it. The prosecutors in the prestigious Southern District of New York need to take this loss, move on. The jurors did not believe the victims. The jurors did not think that Combs was running a criminal enterprise. Prostitution is not a serious charge. And look, let's be real. Christy, if Combs is guilty of prostitution, so is Cassie Ventura and victim Jane. They were contacting the sex workers and paying them as well. I'm not suggesting that Cassie or Jane should be prosecuted, but let's apply some logic and reasoning. I'm as pro-prosecution as they come. I believed in this case, but the jury has spoken. Combs should be free, and he should get time served or close to it.
Going off of that as well here, this other question we're getting in that I was also going to ask you, can Diddy appeal the 2 counts of these charges?
He can, but he doesn't have much of a legal leg to stand on. Let's talk about the defense's argument for prostitution. They said that Combs thought he was hiring porn stars and making homemade pornos. Well, if that was true, why are you paying them cash and asking the escorts if they're a cop? So not a good argument. I think Combs is ecstatic that he's guilty of prostitution. I think that was a gimme and something that was really thrown in by the government. I think had we known ex ante before this that Combs would just be found guilty of prostitution, no prosecutor in this country would have taken the case. And I don't think Combs is going to waste his time on an appeal when he's likely just going to get really little to no additional time.
We'll head back to some more viewer questions in a second, but I just wanted to talk to you more about the key legal distinctions that led to the convictions on the 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, but the acquittals of the sex trafficking charges. I want to get into the mind of the jury with all of this because we know that they were having a difficult decision just the other day, and I feel like now this all came out pretty quickly here this morning.
No question. And look, I was on Live Now yesterday and I predicted it. So hopefully we have that tape and we can roll it. So it started, let's just get into the mind of the jurors. We started with day 1, juror 25, saying that he won't deliberate. Well, that led me to believe that he was a defense juror. You know, someone that says, I think he's guilty across the board isn't going to elicit that type of juror reaction on the first hour and the first day of deliberation. So we had at least one sign that we had one very pro-defense juror, right? Then when the jury returned a very quick verdict yesterday, now obviously we didn't get the verdict yesterday, but they sent a note saying that they were all in agreement on 4 of the 5 counts. I always thought prostitution was in the bag. I thought that there's no way any jury in the world would not find him guilty of prostitution. But I knew the sex charges were weak, and I knew a quick verdict is a defense verdict on those serious charges because there was so much evidence of consent, Christy. Cassie had emails and text messages saying that she loved to get freaky and couldn't wait to do another freak off. Mia never reported the sexual assault to law enforcement. Even during her first meetings with prosecutors, she didn't talk about it. There's social media posts where she says she loves Diddy. This is her brother. And Jane, even though she had some messages saying she didn't want to participate in the hotel nights, she had a transactional relationship. She was an OnlyFans model. She was asking Diddy for money. He's still paying her rent and her legal fees right now. She's getting bags. She's getting jewelry. I think jurors thought, look, here's someone who knew what she was getting herself into. So the victims were discredited and impeached by the defense's cross-examination. So the only possibility for a government win in this case, and I've been saying it all along, was racketeering. If they could somehow find some path through non-sexual activity, I'm talking about bribery, right? The $100,000 paid for the video, the extortion of Regina Ventura, Cassie's mom, the arson of Kid Cudi's car, something that wasn't sex-related. Potentially prosecutors could get to racketeering, but ultimately we know that there were some jurors that were on the fence. They came around this morning and it was not guilty, more or less across the board.
Nima, our next question, based off of what I was actually going to ask you next, let me pull it up. Another viewer question, what do you think ultimately influenced this verdict? We know that Diddy did not testify himself, and I was wondering if you thought maybe that would have changed the outcome of all of this. But I guess combining those 2 questions here, was there anything that you really think really influenced the verdict for the jury here?
The victims were just bad witnesses and they were impeached with their own words. There's a reason that the defense kept playing videos of the freak-offs. I believe that it showed the female victims seemingly enjoying themselves sexually, right? It didn't show the force or coercion. When you have the defense playing the tape and when you have the defense showing the text messages and social media posts and emails where the victims seem like they're willing participants in all this, that is a strong defense case. This is a case that was based entirely upon cross-examining impeaching and discrediting the victims. Now, I think the prosecution made a number of fatal errors in this case, and I'm going to tell you what they were. They didn't call Christina Horam, Diddy's chief of staff, right-hand woman. They didn't call D-Rock his security. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I used to prosecute drug cartels. And I could tell you that I always leaned on lower members of the organization to flip on and to testify against the head of the organization. They failed to do so. The government named victims in the indictment, like victim 3 Gina, that didn't even show up at trial. She went MIA, she went sideways. So they didn't even have control over their victims. They filed to bring in these prior bad acts witnesses. They didn't call any of them. If I was the government, what I would have done is this. I would have brought on maybe a minor victim, because of course minors can't consent to sexual activity. I would have brought victims that were one-offs, that didn't have a romantic or personal or long relationship with Diddy, because they wouldn't have these emails and text messages. I'm not saying that would have changed the result, but potentially there would have been a chance to get some convictions here. Really poor presentation by the government in this case, which I've been critical throughout.
And we're going to bring in one more question here, because I know we got to let you go. From the 2 counts he was found guilty of, which one have been a harsher sentence of the 2? But we do know those 2 counts here were essentially the same thing. Can you break that down for us? I think some people are a little bit confused on the 2 that he was found guilty for. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's essentially prostitution for Cassie and prostitution for Jane. Same thing with the sex trafficking, was prostitution, sex trafficking of Cassie, sex trafficking of Jane. So neither is harsher than the other. Again, there's the possibility the judge runs them consecutively or back to back. I think the right thing to do would be to merge them, run them concurrently at the same time. Again, it's just prostitution. I'm not saying that prostitution should be legal or shouldn't be a crime, but to make a federal case out of prostitution and to do it for the span of 2 months does not make sense. And I think Combs deservedly should get time served and should be a free man.
Nima, one of my last questions for you here is, what does the future of Sean Diddy Combs' career look like? We've seen in the past celebrity trials, when we saw Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, we've seen these other celebrity trials unfold here. In terms of the future of his career, what is that looking like, and how has all of this compared to those other trials we have seen in the past?
I don't think it's good, because people can't unsee that 2016 video of him beating Cassie. I mean, let's be real. And the defense admitted it. Combs is a violent, abusive person. And I think that that is going to tarnish his reputation. Now, he's going to be a free man and he deserves to be free. And they did a good job walking a line between the physical violence and the sexual activity. And I think there's certain people that do believe that he is a sex trafficker and someone that should be spending significant time in federal prison. So I think his reputation has taken a huge hit. I think financially he was reportedly worth, upwards of $1 billion. He's probably worth hundreds of millions of dollars now. He spent a lot of money on legal fees, and he of course has to face those civil lawsuits. But I also have to answer the question with respect to Cassie and Mia and Jane and victims of sexual assault and abuse everywhere. I mean, Christy, imagine going to court, testifying that you had to take drugs to the point of throwing up, that you were urinated on, including in your mouth, that you had to have sex when you're menstruating and you had a UTI, and the jurors didn't believe you. I think this is going to be a significant setback and have a chilling effect for victims of sex abuse, because they're going to have to relive their trauma in a very public way. And guess what? People might not believe them. So I think that's the bigger takeaway here.
Yeah, and that was a question that we had for you as well, is what does the future of all of this look like? Does this set a precedent here? Nima, I know I got to let you go. Is there anything else you wanted to add that you think we missed here?
I think we covered everything, Christy. Thanks for having me as always.
We covered a lot. Hey, thank you for joining. You always do a great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we are taking a live look there once again outside of the courthouse as we do continue our coverage here. Let's head back to our Fox 5 New York team.
And, figure out what we want to do about that. Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lead attorney, said, we need bail. He should be released immediately. And then and then we're still waiting to see what's going to happen. So the other thing is they have a ton of information already in their files, the prosecutors do, about Diddy and about his ability to handle a bail situation or a situation when he's out there. He proposed a $50 million bail. Imagine that, $50 million for bail in order to get out while this trial was, before the trial actually started, while he was incarcerated. So they denied that. They denied the bail request a couple of times, and several times actually. And so we'll see what's happening, but that's the next development in this. Is like most of the family has left the court. The jurors were taken out on a side entrance, a little known side entrance. They were not brought through the front of the courthouse, which a lot of people were hoping would happen, so they could get a chance to get a few words with them. But that wasn't the case. They were brought out on a private, semi-private, or secret type entrance, and then they were brought out like that. And then it's just a waiting game right now, guys, in terms of the bail. Let me bring in Attorney Peter Frankel right now. We'll just get a sense of what you have to do to get bail. Peter, in terms of the bail, what do they have to do for bail?
Well, the first thing that we need to understand is that this case is completely different than it was when he was first arrested. In essence, the jury rejected the government's case and found that their main witnesses, Cassie Ventura and Jane, were not credible through their testimony. So defense counsel is no doubt going to explain to the court that this case, as the court knows, is completely different, and this is not a situation where a significant bond even needs to be set at this point. The charges for which he was convicted of don't even carry mandatory minimums. They carry a maximum of 10 years.
But it could be 0 or time served,
and I'm sure that the defense team is going to argue for no jail time for him. So the first step is to recognize this case has completely changed from what it once was.
And then in terms of you say no minimum on the transportation for prostitution charges, and the fact of the matter is that means it could be, like you said, he could get time served. He's been at MDC now for like over 9 months, and could that time be applied to any potential sentence down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. Any time that he's already served will be credited to any time that he may get for a sentence. I'm quite certain, however, the government's position on sentencing and the defense's position on sentencing are going to be completely at odds with one another, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the court handles sentencing in this case, because most of the government's case was rejected.
All right, and then for people that are just joining us, it was being considered a victory for the defense. Not guilty on the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy #1 charge, not guilty on the 2 counts of sex trafficking, and guilty only on this prostitution charge.
Correct. It was a complete repudiation of the government's case, and where he was once looking at a potential life sentence, he's no longer looking at a definite jail sentence. So now the work really begins for the defense team to try to make sure that if he does get out today or whenever it may be, that he doesn't go back in.
And then in terms of filing any kind of an appeal to this conviction, what's the timeline typically for a case like this of when that would happen?
So typically sentencing wouldn't occur in federal court for 8 weeks or longer. It's possible the defense will file motions in advance of sentencing, trying to have that guilty verdict thrown out. A regular appeal to the Second Circuit would not occur until after he were sentenced.
Oh, so they would go all the way through to that, and then
Yes.
and then they would decide whether or not they're going to have an appeal.
I'm sure there'll be an appeal regardless of what his sentence is.
And then what about the reputation for the Southern District? It's always been kind of the most vaunted and most respected, well-respected. What does this do to their reputation?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa, because we know criminal prosecutions in this district result in convictions some 95% of the time.
Right, and people know that, and that's why
So-
they said, "Oh, it's a federal case. He's done," and he's not done, not by a long shot.
No, exactly right. So I think the Southern District's going to take a long, hard look at the case that they brought and whether or not they want to bring similar prosecutions going forward, especially as it relates to the RICO charge, which everyone knew was going to be extremely difficult from the beginning.
Right. And then in terms of in terms of the timeline for him to get out, is it possible he could get out this afternoon? Because we've seen kind of movement here on the block with them shutting down the block, but they brought in a lot of NYPD officers here to handle the crowds and stuff like that, giving us a sense that, okay, this is a lot more than we've seen at any other point in the trial. Do you think that's possible? Just yes or no, that he could get out today?
A definite yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, Peter Frankel, criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. And guys, that's the latest here from outside the federal courthouse. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be monitoring developments as they happen. And the big next development that we're waiting for is Sean Diddy Combs walking out of that courtroom after he makes bail. So I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Lisa, before you go, maybe a quick question. I know you mentioned. Oh, okay, Lisa, we're going to chat with you in just a bit. Then we'll get back to you regarding
lots of
certain
questions.
things.
Yep. Oh, Lisa, you're back. You hear us, right? Lisa.
No, I hear you. Yes.
Okay, Lisa. Quick. We just have a couple of questions. Describe Combs' demeanor. You were in the courtroom. Just walk us through his reaction when he heard the decision this morning.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Somebody's coming out of the. Okay, so it's just this huge crowd. There's a huge crowd here. His demeanor throughout the entire trial, for the most part, except for a few times, like last week, he said to the judge, when he had to say that he was not going to represent himself. There's it's called an allocution, where the defendant has to actually say that they are not going to take the stand in their own defense, and that was last week. So when Combs was asked that, the judge said, Mr. Combs, how are you? And he goes, I'm doing great, Judge. And Judge, you're doing a great job. And it was just like something like nobody expected, a defendant to talk to the judge that way. But that was just his personality and his demeanor. But of course, since the deliberation started, his demeanor has been very subdued. He's been much more quiet. And again, you have to understand why all this is going on during the day. All of these deliberations were happening, and even during the test, especially during this week, he's in a holding cell. They take him out of the courtroom. He's in the holding cell while the court goes on, and basically he had a couple of books with him that he was allowed to bring there to read, to do something, but just basically thinking about like what's going to happen, what's my life going to be like. But there were different times where he prayed. He was allowed to pray privately with his mother. The other day, just have a couple of words with her. There was a private prayer with the kids yesterday, and it's just his demeanor. It really depends on what the circumstances are, but it's clear that this was a huge weight on him. This is a guy that basically made his name for himself with his tremendous showmanship, and also with his ability to engage a crowd. And there were a couple times during the trial when he tried to engage the jury, and the judge admonished him and told him that if it happened again, he wouldn't hesitate to remove him from the courtroom. But I'm sure there's a tremendous sense of relief. I'm sure last night was an unbearable night for everybody involved with this case, both the prosecution and the defense. And we're waiting now to see if they're going to expedite or at least follow through on getting this bail done, which I think is probably from what our experts, what Peter Frankel was just telling us, and some of the other experts were saying that they would, that they expect to happen today, guys. But that's the latest from here. We're going to keep a watch on that door, and we'll be back with you.
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that charisma, especially to the judge starting off with. That's the charisma that allowed him to have these relationships with women that turned out pretty badly, as we saw by some of these evidence. You mentioned the big crowd behind you there. What is the sentiment from that crowd there? Are those people in support of Diddy, or are these women's groups that are very upset about what?
Well, a lot. There was it was interesting though because I would have expected the women's groups honestly to show up a little bit earlier in the trial, like while the testimony was going on, or to come out to support. And there were a couple of individual women, maybe 2 or 3 at a time at certain points when Cassie was on the stand. But most of the people that were out here, and it has thinned out a little bit, were here to support Diddy, or they were just curious to see what, to see what was going on. There's a large contingent also of podcasters and people who are doing their own, doing their own thing to get the word out like that. So it's kind of a mixed bag right here, and everybody just waiting now. You got a lot of professional media from all over the world here to cover this story because he is one of the most famous men in the world, and this has been covered heavily everywhere. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much for that.
Stay with us. We'll be right back as we continue covering the verdict coming down on this very, very influential case.
We'll be right back.
Do you have any? Thank you to our Fox 5 New York team. And again, you are taking a live look right now outside of the courthouse. You could hear Lisa Evers, our Fox 5 New York reporter. She paused there at the beginning of her live shot because she was checking to see if anyone was coming outside of the courthouse. Now, as you can imagine, this is a very fluid situation here. The media all still outside because we're hoping to get some more comments here. We did hear again from Cassie Ventura's attorney just a little bit earlier today. No one else has stepped up there to that podium as you are taking another live look outside of the courthouse. These are the 2 angles that we have here for you. As this is, again, still developing, and we'll head back to our Fox 5 New York team once they are back from commercial break. But again, I wanted to share with you this graphic that we have. And we just ran through this with our legal analyst, what a lot of this means here. But these are the charges on your screen there. And the big one is Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty of that RICO charge. That was the one that could have put him behind bars for life. But he was found guilty on counts he was found guilty on counts 3 and 5, those guilty charges for the Mann Act transportation, transportation for purposes of prostitution. And as we've been hearing here, the max sentence is 10 years in prison for that one count. So again, could be facing up to 20 years. We are still awaiting that sentencing. We're also keeping an eye on to see if Diddy himself will come out of the courthouse at some point here today. And again, I want to just go back to this RICO charge because that was the big one here for Combs. That federal RICO violation, it could have resulted in that long sentence. The transportation to engage in prostitution charge could carry that sentence of up to 10 years, while sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion may carry a 20-year sentence. Now, Diddy's jury seemed to believe that his relationships were genuine, as we do know from our Fox News team here. And we are still trying to really get into the mind here of the jury because, as we've been saying, they were having a difficult time with that first count there just the other day. And then this morning, this verdict seemed to come out fairly quickly here. Now, could that have been because there is a holiday weekend coming up? That's potential. That's one of the things we've been hearing from our analysts here, that the jury wanted to get that in quickly. But again, these are the charges here. As we do see now, our Fox 5 New York team is back in their coverage. And I do know our Fox 5 New York team is also going to be hosting several legal analysts as well. So I do want to head back over there and listen in.
Heard from Cassie Ventura's attorney. Here's what he had to say.
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time.
All right, and that was Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, weighing in on the decision. But we want to now bring in Randy Zellin. We will be going to Randy Zellin, but first we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah, stay with us. We'll be on top of all this.
This is Alex.
All right, again, that is our Fox 5 New York team. They are at the end of their hour. So as you can imagine, they are taking these commercial breaks here. But again, if you are just joining us, As we do continue to discuss here, we are still awaiting hopefully some more comments here outside of the courtroom. Again, we did hear from Cassie Ventura's attorney a short time ago. You just heard from him right there at the end of that clip with our Fox 5 New York team. Hopefully they will be able to play those comments back extensively if you did miss them a little bit this morning. And we are trying to get those comments here on our end as well to play out for you. But one of the big things here, again, is the Mann Act. And so I just want to familiarize you with it. If you are just tuning in, we've been speaking about it a little bit here on the show. But again, Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty of major charges, but he was found guilty of a lesser prostitution offense. The guilty charges involve a felony violation of the federal Mann Act. So here's what we do know about that law, the verdict, and his sentencing. The Mann Act is a federal law that makes it a crime to transport someone across state lines for illegal sexual activity. The maximum penalty for violating the Mann Act is 10 years in prison and a fine. Now, Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends, and paid male sex workers to engage in sexual encounters, which is a felony violation of the federal Mann Act. I am going to pull up again on your screen here just another look at those charges. And Combs was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, 1 count relating to ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, who testified. We heard we watched really throughout the trial here over the past several weeks as Cassie testified, and 1 count relating to an unnamed woman who is known as Jane throughout the trial. The second Mann Act charge that was filed on April 3rd. Now, when it comes to how much time Diddy is facing, the judge could issue concurrent sentences for each guilty count, meaning that Combs could serve his sentence for each count at the same time, which would carry a maximum 10-year sentence. Combs could also be sentenced for each count separately, and that would carry a maximum sentence of 20 years. So again, that's another question here that we are still waiting on. We do want to head back to our Fox 5 New York team. They are back from break. Let's listen in.
Sean Combs was facing 5 charges, in this, and he's been acquitted of the sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of 2, however, and that's the prostitution offenses there.
That's right. Those 2 very important ones that the Southern District of New York brought together was the RICO charge as well as the sex trafficking charge. Did not get to prove those. Those were carrying a maximum of life in prison. It's interesting to hear different takes from multiple attorneys, some saying that this is a win all around, some saying that this is a big blow to the Southern District of New York, which has a 90% conviction rate. They do this all the time, and it may lean to the fact that maybe there was a government overreach here.
Well, even still with that, the 2 that he was convicted, Combs was convicted of, carry a maximum of 10 years. So we're talking at least he's facing the possibility of 20 years in jail. That's if the judge could have the discretion to say they can run concurrent or consecutive. That's all something that is we don't want to get into the weeds of that. That's something that's going to be coming down. But we're talking about, that. And as Randy, I believe, is back with us. Bianca.
Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, Randy, one question before you go. And this is interesting because this is coming from my father, who's a former Los Angeles County Commissioner for many years. He's been following this case, and he asked me, one of the bigger problems in this is that the video that was introduced and allowed in by the judge, a video of Diddy beating Cassie, it was a controversial video because it was prejudicial, but it had little value, meaning it really hurt the defense, but it really doesn't do much to support the charges. So this means an appeal is coming and he could walk on all of this. What's your take on that?
I don't agree. I think it's the flip side. I think had he been convicted of the sex trafficking, I think then that video becomes much more of a problem for the government as an appellate issue. The Harvey Weinstein rule, this bringing in irrelevant evidence that doesn't go to the heart of the charges. But since he was acquitted of that and convicted of the Mann Act, the video really is of no consequence.
Interesting. So in terms of the appeal court finds that that ruling wasn't proper, you're not seeing that happening at all?
I see them not going against the government, and even if they did, I think they would find it what we call harmless error. And it will not. This is a bulletproof, from my perspective, This is a win for both sides, which makes this a bulletproof issue on appeal. We're not going to see him walking on appeal.
Randy, before you get away from us, the RICO charge, was that an overreach in your opinion? Just quickly tell us, how did you view that? An overreach by the prosecutors here?
It really wasn't. I think it was the only way the government saw that it could get in evidence that it otherwise could not get in. I think the government went into this case knowing that it had issues. This was a case that should have been brought locally as a domestic violence case. They went in, they got what they needed, they got their win.
All right, we'll have to leave it there.
All right, Randy, we certainly appreciate you and your insight into all of this.
All right, so we're going to continue our coverage of the verdict. 5 counts Sean Combs was facing, found 2 involving the prostitution charges, transportation there. So we're going to continue our coverage and stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right. Again, we are listening in here to our Fox 5 New York coverage, and I did want to give you that live look outside the courthouse once again. One of the big questions we have here is about the future of Sean Diddy Combs after he's been acquitted on the most serious charges in this federal sex trafficking trial, but that doesn't mean that he will see his business empire restored. So Combs, who is one of the most influential figures in the hip hop history, he was acquitted today of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges, but convicted on prostitution offenses. Now, prosecutors, as we've been listening in here over the past several weeks, they painted this dark picture of Combs with witnesses taking the stand to allege a pattern of violence and these drug-fueled sex parties he reportedly called freak-offs or hotel nights. Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, which is a felony violation of the Mann Act, as we've been saying here. And again, he could be sentenced to prison for as long as a decade. That's all something we're trying to keep an eye on here. But one of those questions that I did ask our legal analyst that was just on here a moment ago is that we are wondering what could happen here to his future, because before Combs was arrested and charged, his major business ventures had collapsed. He had stepped down and later fully divested from Revolt TV, which was founded back in 2013. The network offered a mix of programming focused on hip hop culture. He was reportedly lost a Hulu reality series deal and saw his fashion brand vanish from Macy's shelves as well. So after the surveillance footage surfaced last year showing Combs physically assaulting Cassie, his then girlfriend, back in 2016, those consequences mounted. New York City revoked his ceremonial key. Peloton pulled his music. Howard University rescinded his honorary degree, and his charter school in Harlem cut ties. Last year, Combs settled a legal dispute with Diageo and relinquished control of his spirits brand as well. So we've been asking our legal analysts that have come on the show here, what does the future look like for Sean Diddy Combs? And that's something that we're just going to have to wait and see here. And again, we are still awaiting that sentencing as well. However, that racketeering charge that he was acquitted of, he is not going to have to spend his life behind bars now. And so that was a big win for Combs here. And we'll get back to our Fox 5 New York coverage here in just a short amount of time as we do continue to follow all of this. Now, if you are just joining us, I do want to do a quick recap here because viewers have been tuning in, tuning out. If you are just catching up, I do think it is important to go over the main key pieces of this because there were a few counts here, a few charges against Combs. And again, they're on your screen right there. There were 5 counts. He was found guilty of 2 of them, not guilty on those 3 counts. So to go over that again, I just want to take down this banner here. He was found guilty on transportation for purposes of prostitution. And if you look at count 5, that's the same charge as charge number 3, transportation for purposes of prostitution. He was found guilty on both of those. So as you can see there underneath that charge 3 as well as charge 5, it says max sentence of 10 years in prison. So what we're waiting on here is the sentencing, because if Diddy does have to serve time concurrently, that sentence could be 20 years in prison, or he could be spending the 10 years in prison separately. So that's something we are keeping an eye on here on Live Now from Fox. That is one of those questions that we still do have here. And I did want to just share with you some of the looks we are getting in here to our newsroom. I've shown you a couple of them right now. Again, this is this one look that we have outside the courthouse. But we also did have that shot that has changed of that media staging area where we did see all those microphones set up, because we are still awaiting to see if we can get some more commentary here or statements. We did hear from Cassie Ventura's attorney very briefly, just about an hour or so ago. Very short statements there. And so we are hoping that we can get just a little bit more information. We can get maybe a statement here. So we do have a reporter still staked out there. That is why you are seeing such a media presence. Here's another view outside as well. I do just want to turn up the sound here and listen in for a moment.
Free Diddy. Diabolical screaming West baby or when the twins. That's crazy. Crazy. They playing cash. Turn that shit off. They were like, what the hell? Yeah. Hey, Lou. Somebody said win the next year. What is the next free throw? Yeah, even the most. This is not fashion. This shit last week. You ain't doing this shit last week. That smile that made me so that's the biggest smile I've seen since 5 days. Yes. That's the first time I've seen that young man of a smile. Spidey sense is telling me that something's working out. That's what it is. Nah, they have 30 minutes.
And those are just some of the sights and sounds there outside of the courtroom. I did just want to leave it on that shot for you for just a moment so you could really see as we watch this together what is going on outside the courthouse. Again, we do have that media staging area. You can still see a large media presence there, as again, we are awaiting to see if we can hear from any more attorneys. Maybe we can see Diddy coming out of the courthouse himself in just a short amount of time. What we are going to do right now, though, is transition because we are following some more news here. As we do know, in a short amount of time here, Bryan Kohberger is going to be pleading not guilty. Here's that live look outside of the courthouse there in Boise. If you're unfamiliar with the case, Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger expected to plead guilty today to charges that he murdered University of Idaho students Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Maddie Mogan at a rental home near the Moscow campus in November of 2022. Bryan Kohberger agreed to this plea deal in the past few days, just weeks before his trial was to begin, after his attorneys tried but failed to have execution stricken as a possible punishment. Now, a big thing here, no motive has emerged for these killings, and news of the plea deal resulted in mixed reactions from Moscow residents and also from the parents of the murdered college students. Again, this is all set to happen here within the 1 p.m. Eastern time hour as you are taking that live look outside the courthouse right now. I do want to bring in criminal defense attorney Eric Schwartzreich to discuss this a little bit more. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just start with this, Eric. What can we expect? We are awaiting this. We're waiting to get a look inside the courtroom as well. We do know Kohberger expected to plead guilty here in just a short amount of time. What is this process going to look like? How quickly are we going to see all of this unfold? Eric, I don't think we have your sound. Are you able to check if you're muted?
So I apologize for that. I'm talking to myself like I talk to myself at home with my wife. So I apologize.
It's okay, live television, but we'd love to hear what your thoughts are on how this is all going to unfold here within the hour.
So Kohberger is going to walk into that courtroom and he's attempting to save himself from the death penalty. He's going to go into courtroom and he's probably going to come out of that prison eventually in a pine box. The victim's family members are going to be in there. It's a mixed bag. I know a lot of the victims, they want closure. They're seeking closure. There's multiple victims here. Some of the family members are opposed to this and some, are okay with this to save an appeal going forward and to have to keep coming to court. It is some closure, but what a prosecutor is supposed to do is to notify the victims and the victim's family and attempt to get their input. They don't necessarily need their approval because they can go forward. They're not the attorneys of the victim. They represent the state. So the defense is going to go in there and try and get this plea deal accepted. You're going to see a plea form that's been signed, and the court is going to turn to Mr. Kohberger, ask if he understands that he has a right to go to trial, that he has a right to make the state prove the charges, that he's presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that he doesn't have to do this. Now, it's up to the court whether or not to accept this plea, because even though this is a plea, the court has the final say. Even though death penalty is on the table, the court could reject this plea, and that could happen. But who is going to be made happy here? This is an awful, tragic thing. No one wants to bury a son or a daughter before themselves and have someone killed in such a cruel way. And some of the victims want this, some don't. So the judge is also in a rock and a hard place as to whether or not he's going to accept this plea.
That was my question for you. Can a judge reject this? You just answered that question for us, but how frequently have we seen that happen in the past? Is this something that does happen?
It happens. It's not frequent. There's not a one size fits all with judges. Judges are all different. Judges in Idaho, I believe, are also elected officials. They also have to face an electorate sometimes, and the court of public opinion and pressure really shouldn't apply. Some judges will not take pleas. In cases that I do all criminal defense, maybe 5%, perhaps less. I've seen a judge not happy with a plea or think perhaps a plea is too lenient and maybe thinks that the defendant doesn't understand the plea. So while it's rare and it's not typical, typically a judge will accept a plea, but not always. And this might be one of those situations where the judge does not accept the plea, but I would expect that he would in this case.
Now, we know the plea deal would allow Kohberger to avoid the death penalty, instead spend his life in prison. But are there any possible reasons why at this stage in the game he wanted to plead guilty, as we do know this trial was set to happen next month?
Well, there was also pressure. They wanted a continuance. They didn't get it. They were gearing up for trial. But I think the most important factor is death. Well, certainly life in prison, that's not an easy thing. And he's going to be spending his time. That life is life. He's going to do day for day. He will, if he takes his plea and it goes forward, the only way he's coming out of that prison still is in a pine box, but he will live. He will breathe. It's not ideal condition.
But we'll get
sex work to that degree. That was a proposition I indulged in. So I don't really see much changing. This was a very nuanced situation. I don't think anybody predicted these scenarios escalating to what it actually became. So I don't have any full regrets of my interactions, or if I'm being honest, even my decision. It was something I was a part of. Were some of our decisions, and I'm comfortable with the way everything transpired, even the negatives.
Chris Bono asks, how has this experience changed you, if at all?
Well, it put me in a scenario where I have to do damage control, right? We live in a society where you meet a person, everybody Googles you, right? So I know for the rest of my life, I'm associated with this crime and or trial, I should say, with this trial and these accusations, and I'm instrumental in it too. So all I'm doing now is I have to have a much conscious effort and how I'm perceived in my interactions with people going forward, because I could start out in a lot of situations in a negative opposed to what normal people do.
And I appreciate you coming on and speaking to media outlets about this, because obviously the trial wasn't testified. There was reporting, it wasn't televised, excuse me, but it wasn't, there was reporting about what the testimony was like. People might have misconceptions about what you said, why you testified. So to be able to clear the air is really important, which is why we get a question from Brooklyn Truth. What was your motivation for testifying? So to be clear, I mean, did you want to testify? Did you reach out to the government? How did that work exactly?
So I did not want to testify. The government contacted me even way before the charges, just investigators. And I actually believed that my testimony was going to be insignificant. You know, I explained to them I didn't see any violence. You know, I didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary. And then I was aware I was a resident of New York. We met up in New York, so it didn't really, in my opinion, or my understanding, constitute sex trafficking. So the thing that put me in this situation, and this never happened, I didn't get any issues from the prosecution or the federal government. But if you talk to people who supposed to be in the know, they scare you about the Southern District. They give you this thing where, look, you want to cooperate, just do whatever you got to do. You don't want to get on their bad side. So I went into the scenario like, look, I'm just going to cooperate to the best of my ability because I don't want to create a scenario where I'm looked at as an issue and then it escalates to something. It probably wouldn't have, but I just kept getting negative feedback that the Southern District is people you don't want to mess around with. And if they want to talk to you, if they want facts, if they want information, you have to give it to them. And that escalated to me on the stand where I never second guessed even, cooperating because I did have worry that resistance could have been an issue for me.
Got maybe the most important question of the day from Xenu Golf Club. Did you like your courtroom sketches?
So I'm still getting problems from my buddies about how terrible those sketches are. So I did not like the courtroom sketches, man.
Well, Combs didn't like him either. He thought he looked like a koala. So
yeah, they have me. They're calling me like I don't know if you're familiar with the Fantastic Four, but I'm Ben Grimm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So yeah, a lot of jokes, a lot of unnecessary jokes I'm subjected to because of those photos.
Got a question coming in from, wait, I just lost it. Where was it? Wait. I think no. Oh, yeah. Chris Buono asks, if you weren't an escort worker, in what line of business could you see yourself?
Ironically, I have a passion for car sales. I could see myself being in a decent dealership, maybe a Mercedes, BMW dealership. I like the interaction with people. That would have been somewhere I would have went into as a secondary option.
Let me ask you a question. When you were testifying, this is my question. When you were testifying, what was it like to be in the room with Sean Combs, to see him? Did you make eye contact with him? Was he looking at you? Did it feel awkward? Was it strange?
Listen, man, it was the actual extreme of all of those feelings. I think the federal court is set up to intimidate you. The magnitude of the rooms, like the doors are 15 feet high, the ceiling's 30 feet high. The furniture's huge. You're sitting up high. The judge is high. It's freezing in the room. I walked in and I had literally an anxiety attack. And I consider myself a very calm, cool, collected guy, not easily rattled at all. And by the time I got on the witness stand, I was trembling. And so then to put on top of the understanding that I'm walking in there as the prosecution's witness, so I'm going to assume there's not a favorable thought process with Mr. Combs, his family, anybody involved. So it was very nerve-wracking, man. And I only benefited because I got called to the stand 10 minutes before lunch. And literally just swearing in and answering my name and very preliminary questions, I was losing my voice. I was having trouble talking. And so I'm happy that it broke for lunch. And it took me 20 or the 30-minute lunch to recompose myself. Or I might have had a very different testimony if I didn't have that break time to just kind of get myself together.
on the other panelists as well. Ben, we haven't had a chance to talk about the verdict. This is something you predicted, though.
Well, I don't know. I went back and forth, but it was I have to confess it was a bit of a surprise to me.
Was it something about Cassie's testimony? Was it something about Jane's testimony with respect to sex trafficking? Again, the jury did not believe the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that they were victims of sex trafficking. What was it? What was the thing that you might have been a hang up?
I thought it was some of the communications, the text messages, which really suggested more of a relationship rather than coercion. That this is, I think it came across as a very, very complicated, unusual relationship, but a relationship.
Yeah. We got super chat questions coming in for you, Ben. So this is from Nancy Nicole. Actually, this is a regular question. Then we'll go to, actually, let me start with a super chat question. Super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much, Ben. Can law address the need for cognitive consent that has often comprised sex crimes when, I'm not sure what this means, when something's normalized? But yeah, can the law address the need for cognitive consent that is often compromised in sex crimes? I'm not exactly sure the question, but I throw it to you.
No, it's a very good question. And I don't think really this is something that the law can really define. And that's why I think the jury system is really the best way of obtaining the truth when you're talking about complex human emotions. It's really hard to have bright lines in the law. I think it's something that a jury has to consider. And I think this really is the best way to adjudicate these things.
Tyler, Nikki Vale says, do you think if Christina Coram, this is a super chat question, thank you so much. Do you think if Christina Coram testified, the jury would have reached a different verdict?
I think that if she testified as a part of conspiracy, it may have helped the jury get to a conclusion more likely to convict on count number one. But I think as a whole that this jury probably wrestled with the fact that they did not believe this was a conspiracy, a one-man conspiracy with Mr. Combs at the top, and there being no co-conspirators, and then all of the acts and furtherance of this conspiracy led to prostitution, sex trafficking with the two victims. I think they really wrestled and not feel like it was enough. That with KK testifying, possibly it could have helped the prosecution out a little more in convincing the jury.
Ben, got a super chat question from Christina Lester. She writes, I have to know this. Please ask Ben. Is he related to Benjamin Chew, prominent Pennsylvania lawyer and jurist and a close friend of George Washington, 1722 to 1810? The people must know.
You have a wonderful viewership and someone who is very keen on history. Yes, that is my ancestor, who was the last Crown appointed Chief Judge of Pennsylvania. And anybody who is a history buff like your viewer can go see the museum that's in Germantown called Cliveden. And that was Benjamin Chew's house, and it was the site of the Battle of Germantown.
That is awesome. That is amazing. And you had no choice but to become a lawyer. You couldn't be in sales like Mr. Hayes. You couldn't do it. Nope, you couldn't be in that. Nope, you had to be a lawyer. I completely understand. Okay. Let me go. Let me go to you, Tyler, on this. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Super chat question. Is it curious how a deadlocked jury yesterday could come to a unanimous decision with only the hour the next day? I mean, that is interesting, right? They were deadlocked at the end of the day. They basically said they couldn't, they're unpersuadable, right? Unpersuadable views on both sides. They come back in an hour and find him not guilty of racketeering. Can you explain that?
It's amazing what a good night's sleep could do. They clearly not reached that verdict yesterday. They went home. They were told not to discuss this matter, but they slept on it, and they probably were fresh-eyed and ready to go that morning. And I'm pretty sure the foreman said, okay, y'all, we slept on it. Where are we at? And they quickly got to a verdict today. And that's exactly what I think happened.
We have Sierra Gillespie with us too, out in the field. Sierra, good to see you. First, let us know how crazy it is out there in terms of, have you seen more baby oil being sprayed? That's part one. Part two, we have a super chat question from Free. Free, thank you so much. I just don't understand why sex trafficking of Cassie even needed to be proven when we had video evidence of her being beaten and dragged back into the room. That seems like a flaw in our system. So first, what's the scene like? And really the basis of this question is, wasn't sex trafficking of Cassie proven by the 2016 tape?
Wow, these are both really good questions. I'll start with the former first. Is there baby oil present? Confirmed. Yes, there is. Across the street from me at the courthouse, there was in fact baby oil being sprayed over there. And let me tell you, there are literally hundreds of people here. So much so that the NYPD has come and barricaded me into this area I'm in right now across the street with my camera. I got my lights and I'm stuck here basically. Then across the street at the courthouse, Elizabeth Milner is seemingly stuck inside because they have barricaded everyone kind of over there because honestly it was getting dangerous. A lot of people were getting rowdy, people were spilling over into the street, and this is still a road where people are driving, so it's dangerous for people to be standing in the street, right? So I mean, it is pretty intense here. There's been cheering. There's kind of been a sense that maybe, just maybe, something wild could happen in this bail hearing, and P. Diddy himself could stroll out of this courthouse behind me at any moment. We'll see what's going to happen there. So TBD, and of course, we're going to give you updates on that, number one. Number two, talking about the Intercontinental video, the really harrowing video that many of us have seen back when it was leaked in May of 2024. And now, of course, jurors saw it time and again. This is a question mark. How was Diddy found not guilty in terms of sex trafficking with Cassandra Ventura when we have that video? To which I say, I don't know exactly what the jurors were thinking. I don't know what's on their mind, and we're working to hear from some jurors. I hope to one day have them on my show Scandal, or perhaps Jesse on Sidebar with you, so we can really have a sense of what they were talking about in the deliberation room. But as far as the Intercontinental video, yes, it does show domestic violence. We've heard that from Diddy's team. We heard it from Teddy Yargos in the openings. We heard it from Diddy himself when he came forward with that video, you know, in which he kind of held up his phone. He had a lot of headroom and he apologized for it. So he straight up admitted it. Yes, it was domestic violence. However, domestic violence and sex trafficking are two completely different things. The government said that this showed retaliation. Cassie was leaving a freak off, and then that's what happened, that he physically assaulted her because she wanted to leave. And I guess the jurors just didn't believe that argument, and that's why they found Diddy not guilty on that particular charge.
So we have more. Thank you so much for that, Sierra. We want to go back to Sheree. I have a couple of questions here for you. So first of all, Tracy Roberts, super chat question. This is just a supporter. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Cleveland Thomas asked a super chat question. And I think it's really interesting. From the testimony, Cassie sometimes paid the escorts. Could she have gotten convicted on the Mann Act as well? And I'll answer that. But this is an interesting part. Are the escorts the ultimate victims? Now, from a legal point of view, this was about Jane and Cassie being the alleged victims, the escorts not necessarily for the purposes of these charges. Having said that, through the course of this, when you think about what was alleged, when you think about what was put forward in this case by the prosecution, do you feel, Sheree, do you feel that you are a victim in any of this?
The only part of it I would make me feel victimized, and if this was confirmed, is if my participation did come under a space where Ms. Ventura was under duress, where I just unknowingly did not know that she was being forced in some way, and really giving me a really transparent, acting job of, hey, I'm fine with all of this, but deep down inside, there was a scenario where she was being abused and in pure true distress with my interaction. If I unknowingly was put in that scenario to take advantage of a woman unknowingly, and that is outwardly confirmed in my specific participation, then I would feel like a victim.
I understand. I'm curious if the other people that were part of these sexual events would feel the same. Ben, go to you. You think Sean Combs is going to be released? You think today the judge is going to say, hey, listen, the game's changed. Whatever factors were working for the prosecution months ago, the game's changed. He should be released. What do you think?
I have an instinct that he won't be. I don't think so.
Tyler?
I think he should be released. I think that, bonds are all about what could reasonably ensure that the defendant's not going to flee. And here, the max penalty is 10 years per charge. More than likely, the judge is not going to impose a max, and they're not going to run consecutively. So I think a reasonable bond of $1 million would ensure that he's going to come back and do his sentence. And the fact of the matter is, the government has brought a heavy case against Mr. Combs. Most of those charges have been dismissed now because he's been found not guilty. The remaining two, the question that should be asked is, would he have received a bond if these were the only two charges he was accused of at the time he was indicted? And I think the answer is yes, he would have. It would probably been high, and Mr. Combs could put up a high bond in this case.
Ben, Papa Sear asks, thank you so much for the super chat question, Papa Sear. Do you think the $20 million alleged settlement with him, still paying $10,000 a month in rent for another victim, do you think that swayed the jury? We are in a recession. So basically, right, the settlement that Cassie had with Sean Combs, the idea that Jane was still getting her rent being paid for, I think her lawyer was still being paid by Sean Combs. Do you think that that affected the jury's decision?
It's a great question, and I think it could have. I think any number of factors, could have entered into the decision. So it's a good question, and I think absolutely it could have affected some of the jurors.
Oh, this is wow. Okay, this is from Sean Love Combs. Okay, this is the account Sean Love Combs. Tyler, super chat question. Thank you, Mr. Combs. Is it possible that if Diddy is released, he will be able to leave America, or would he be able to retrieve his items, the baby oil, the Astroglide? So multiple questions there, Tyler.
Yeah, I think Mr. Combs could afford to buy some more baby oil and Astroglide. There's no way he's going to leave the country. That would be a clear violation of any terms of bond. I'm pretty sure he's already has surrendered his passport. No commercial airline or TSA would not allow him to get on a flight. It's clear that he would not pass the security clearance for it. So no way unless he tried to sneak out the country somehow. And that would be pretty insane for Mr. Combs to do that, knowing his ties here, his family here, the asset he has here, and a relatively low chance of him going to jail for a very long time.
Ben, this super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. May more clinical expert testimony be used in future sexual assault and RICO trials? Trauma and coercion cause prolonged fear. Young witnesses won't come forward now.
Yeah, I think it will continue to be used. I don't think it was particularly effective here. So I think it's a matter of how good the expert is and how effectively she portrays her information.
Ben Chu, Tyler Bailey, Sheree Hayes, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time. We are going to continue our coverage here in the sense that Sierra Gillespie is outside the federal courthouse. If there is an update, if there is a significant update in what is going to happen with Sean Combs today, if he is going to be granted release, we will cover it. She will jump on air, talk about what's happening. If we see Sean Combs leave that courthouse, we will cover it. Thank you so much for the terrific, terrific questions. Appreciate all of you. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll see what happens next in what is a very eventful day in the Sean Combs criminal case.
by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand? Questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document? At trial, had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty, let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Koberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Koberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Koberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Koberger's name, Brian Koberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Koberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow. It would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the 3rd floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogen's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time.
We got somebody to replace it. I'm like, oh, fantastic. We'll be at the 4 o'clock. We're 12 minutes away. Maybe 15 with traffic now. But, you know. Yeah, listen, if you're by 2, I'd be shocked. I'm thinking 2:15, 2:30. Probably. Yeah. And you gotta go take the car and get home since you're tomorrow anyways. And you got it, boss. And he goes in trouble. Yeah. Because it says on like $500 per car. Yeah, I mean, I'm in a permanent, so it's what it is. He's like, you didn't take the car. I can do that. Anyway, it's supposed to be you take your car home. A lot of times when you get home, it's not like that. It's great. I live in Connecticut. So what I do is I tag them on the way out. On the way in, I'll just show kind of some people that tag them on the way in as well. They don't want to be clean. They don't want to have a bit of sweat. You know, maybe. You know, that way. This one too. Here he comes. Hit the button again. You want to get some of those dumplings you're eating? You have a car parked right there? Hard not shit. Quick, easy, cheap. Thank you. How hungry are you? That's your business. See, you put a family on there. Yeah. True, and it's smaller. It's good. Yeah. It's funny. I know these two right there. $3, $2.50. Yeah. Good cash goods. Take a break. Take a break. I'm taking a break. Yeah, just see his phone. Watch. Many years ago.
Yep. See you. Let him see you do that. That's you.
Beverly Hills plastic surgeon, Dr. Patrick Davis. How do you feel? Nice. Easy procedure today. Showing the difference between non-invasive procedures, upper eyelid refresh, and CO2 laser treatment to the face and neck. Will be the sacred things. Dr. Davis first suggests having medicine between the eyes related to tiny incident.
I was in surgery. I had to get my stomach moved. My bowels like this. He's here. But I told him in my head, I have to get some place. So he's going to fix me up. He has his visitor getting stuck to his back. What? I'm going to open. I'm going to open all of
We'll never use that. You know, I like to shoot clear it out later. We're going to shoot first, that questions later. Better off to shoot it. If you can hand it over, you want to put it on the guy. I'm up on channel 1. Courthouse. Call it family leaving court again. Family leaving court.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
At least you got a break in the action.
It's all right.
That's what that's just
How far is it? Very Headache. I'm still here. Keep going around and around. Go take a fade. Keep going around and around like that.
No, seriously.
And I kind of then sleep in, and as I walk out the door, I said, oh, really? I'm sorry. I'm waiting.
Everybody leave. Go, everybody.
You have an XLR. Cool. You have a mic clip? I got one up there. I don't know where it's from. It must be like a zero. Give you. Okay. You got a microphone or what? Yeah. Fantastic. So I'll swap everything out. I think I'm good. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, I'm good.
It'd be nice to meet brother. I would have loved to have done it, even if I was
Yeah, up and over. No, it's just their stick.
very good. I think someone's.
What did you see, brother? Okay. What's the head of the morning show today? Hey, you never know. You know what I'm thinking? Is it your personal or is it like a generic little black one that goes on the bottom here? What? Your yeah, put on the bottom here. Okay. I was about to say, you just. I was about to say, just swap them if they're the same thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. If we just swap out the microphone because this is like Jenga up there. Okay. Let me say one. Okay. Oh, it's a little different. All right, I got it. No problem. It's like, don't make it fall, but I'm moving my shit.
I'm going around. I'll end up going back this way and not. Like, what do you guys do?
Going over is easy.
All right, thank you. This is the only way out. This is the only way out. Now let's see the question.
Looking down, I'm like, oh shit. Like, wait. All right.
You make some good juice for that. I know, right? More work for you.
Are you good? Yeah. Good. I'm good. You're good. Well, good.
No, I know something about it. I was gonna just, if I did want to go back, I was gonna like, where did you see that? And what did you say? Oh my God. I could be time-sliced with different people, right? Oh, I'm done. I'm ready. Everybody wants to find somebody who's like, whatever. Hey, Benny. How are you? They're setting everything up. Yeah. I sent this one right away. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'll pull over if I get out there. Bye. See you.
Okay, she knows. And she was here with me.
go grab my bags and stuff. I just started 2 weeks ago. I'm subbing. Yeah, yeah. I'm subbing for the main No, I know. Okay, it's good to see you. Yeah. No. You gotta go all the way around. Hey! Stop it! Man, that stuff has to be done. What is that? Yeah.
out of here. Yeah. Oh, this is wrong.
be right back. Roy, don't let anyone take either of these.
42.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Where are you at? I got food for you. You let me out here to leaving me out here to sweat. I'm gonna drink your water. Yeah, he is. Yeah, that sounds like you.
allergic to.
Yeah, I'm across the street. With some eating all this food. I heard you guys dance. Dance on top of the street. What do you mean it's not nice? Why not?
She said no. She already did it this one. She said, you want to bring your chair?
No, I have to go at 3, so I'm good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep, see? You're telling me I'm like, yep, they all showed up finally. Last day. I said, thanks for coming. Last day.
Brutal, right?
Hey, they told me to come back.
No, we're going to do it 3 o'clock. Yeah.
I guess they think we're a good team.
Exactly.
I can come back. It's crowded.
It's 49. It's 2:49. I mean, that's not shade though. You can come over here. We can give you this chair, Peter. It's all right. Come on. Just relax for a couple minutes. It's going to get hot. We're doing the bail hearing at 5.
Yeah, well, I heard that the government doesn't want to give them the bail.
Yeah, me too.
So it doesn't bode well for them. Look at something, I think. But they're arguing that he threatened witnesses.
That's what she got. That's how she killed one. That was the main factor in one of the bail requests that was worked against him. She said we have evidence he's threatening for the second one, the second bail request that was denied. She said we have evidence that he's threatening witnesses, intimidating witnesses, and all that.
Right. They're going to ask for some ridiculous sentence. Oh yeah, you got the government. You know, they're going to ask for double-digit numbers.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Peter, have a seat. No, go ahead. I'm fine. I've been sitting. I'm waking up now. So I think that I mean I know it feels like we talk about the same thing, which we kind of are, but Arthur's going to come back and do like a recap. He'll do like the nuts and bolts things. And I just go like, and I think we should talk about the other issue was the RICO thing. Everybody was saying it was rotten not rotten, but I don't want to get too exaggerated, but people were saying, yeah, supposedly. Wait, let me ask Alexander. He said Arthur's doing nuts and bolts.
Doing it off the other camera? Are you doing it off this camera?
Wherever you guys tell me to be, as well.
I mean, if you're doing what?
Arthur's supposedly doing nuts and bolts. Did you know this?
You're doing it also for 3?
Yeah, I'm interviewing Peter Frankel.
For the 3?
Yes.
That thing is short, right?
Arthur.
So
We're in the home stretch here.
Who goes
I'm
first?
in a Zen mode right now. I feel no heat or humidity.
You're supposed to be out of here at 1. Where's Christian?
He just went to garbage.
Yeah. Didn't Alexander text you? Arthur, quick nuts and bolts, and then both of the show will be Q&A with you and Franco.
Okay.
So I think you're doing one camera.
Yeah, separate cams. Perfect. That's what we're set up for. So can I just check with you guys? The nuts and bolts is that the verdict is back.
Yes.
The judge is now hearing motions on whether or not to let parties walk out today, and they'll be back at 5. That's the non.
Hearing will be at 5. Yeah. Are you going to be on a separate IV or a joint vehicle?
I'll aim to be. I want to interfere with you.
No, don't worry about it.
It's okay for me to be on a separate one in this case because you guys are doing your thing.
Right, exactly. I think it's better.
I'll be quick with the Q&A because you should what I have to say.
Don't put yourself down like that.
No, it's analysis of this. Whether or not somebody walks.
See that question?
Okay.
Arthur, get Christian over here. Okay, Nick Roy. Arthur. What's his IP?
Hey, can you come back to the position? We're going to do, we're going to do,
Thanks.
Do not move. Sorry. All right.
I gotta get these bottles
2-3.
out.
Yeah, I'll put right here.
IP3, correct?
2323, yes.
I don't know who's that.
I think it's mine. Drinking hot coffee.
I know. I needed to.
I'm gonna move you guys
I
up
know that.
just a little bit because it is the sun is.
So
you're gonna be a little bit further up.
Okay.
You want to move? No. You're gonna be a little bit further up, and it's just a little over. We have to get back over here. Just I'm fighting the sun on your back. Okay. So right here. Yeah. And Lisa, you're just a tad closer right here.
Lisa, I'm tossing back to Antoine, then he's going to toss to you.
Okay, perfect. Nice and
Excuse
clean.
me.
I mean, should I check him? ¿Está bien? ¿Está bien?
Está bien, todo está bien.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to say that. I appreciate it.
Do you know which number?
One.
Okay. Peter, let me have you come over here. So we're not. I'll move my bed. I know it's a little.
Already? Oh, yeah, you got it.